podcast, which was pretty fun. So
that was a lot of fun. Yeah.
Yeah. So Lance, you are basically admitting that you're going to lose in this debate. You got to bring in a heavy hitter like Matt Binder.
I wouldn't be able to handle myself otherwise, and I just knew I needed to bring in Matt. He's the debate lord of the left right now.
Yeah. He did pretty. He held his own on Tim Pool. He did pretty decent on Tim Pool. So
thank you.
I think Matt is great. One of the reasons I wanted to bring him on, though, is he has done a lot of investigation into the Libs and TikTok fiasco. And I'll just be upfront. I'm not actually looking for an evisceration to occur here.
Good.
I'm getting closer and closer to this kind of mentality that, the world is fucked, shit is fucked up, and there's less. Well, it's true. There's less and less conversations between, I guess you guys would be what, the center, align yourself as centrists, right? Less conversations with centrists and leftists that don't result in one side calling the other a Nazi and the other side calling the other side a groomer, right? So I
feel like Lance has just evolved. Okay, he just ate his rare candy and he's evolved and becoming
right now.
I like this. I'm a big fan of it.
I've matured finally.
Yes,
as I'm getting closer to 40. It's finally happening.
Are you really 40?
No. I said I'm getting closer to 40.
Oh, well, what's close?
Like 30s.
Lance is like 21. Okay, look at him. He's like a little, he's a baby faced child. Okay.
I know. The quartering calls me a fetus, so I'm like, all right.
So I know
it's a compliment at this point. Okay.
I know that you said you guys only have an hour. I have a few questions that I wanted to ask. But I know you have questions that you want to ask about the Libs of TikTok thing. So do you just want to do like a back and forth thing, like?
Well, yeah. When you start.
Okay. Well, I was wondering if you were coming here to convert us to socialism.
If that's the end result, that would be a hell of an achievement.
Would be.
Do you think? I'm curious if you think that's like a possibility. I know a lot of people have these kinds.
No, I don't have delusions of grandeur.
Okay.
By talking to you for an hour, I'm suddenly going to change all of your deep.
Well, we could talk again. This could be like the first step on our road to socialism.
True. Why not? No, it was more about clearing the air. I think I watch obviously a lot of right wingers and right wing pundits specifically, and the way they were kind of reporting on Libs at TikTok was, I think, in my opinion, deeply mistaken. To say the very least. And so I know your audience is a mix, right? You guys, obviously, you're both centrists and you have both right wingers on your show and people on the right who watch you. So I kind of wanted to just kind of, I don't know, iron some of that out would be my goal. That would probably be thing.
Just before we move on from the socialist question, Matt, I don't know if you're a socialist or not. I've watched some of your videos on the scam economy where you talk about cryptocurrency, which I think we have a lot of agreement on.
Oh, there we go.
Obviously I'm a capitalist, so you probably think part of the scam of economy is like stocks and bonds and stuff like that too.
In a sense, but it's not the same, to be quite honest. In fact, on the show, on my show, Scam Economy, I do two shows. A show that's like a leftist perspective of what's going on the right, and then I do Scam Economy, which is a show about crypto. It's an anti-crypto show, and obviously I have my issues with capitalism and the stock market, but at the same time, the difference is that at least technically, when you invest in the stock market, you are investing in something. Like you actually get to own a share in a company. Now we can discuss all the different little, backroom deals that are made and all the insider information that, retail investors aren't privy to. And that's, in my estimation, would be, something I guess you could throw under the scam economy. But at its core, I don't think, at least under the system we live under, that the stock market is the same as crypto. Crypto is worthless. It's a Ponzi scheme. There is nothing you invest in. You're literally just throwing your money at the casino, and the casino, if you're lucky, will dish you out more money than you put in. And for most people, it'll end up dishing you out less money than you put in, if any money at all.
Right. So, but you are a capitalist, it sounds like. So,
no,
but you have criticisms of capitalism, but you.
I would consider myself a socialist, but I also
okay.
I also realize that we live where we live now, and we have to live.
are you defining socialism as the abolition of private property, or are you defining socialism as just like universal health care? Because we're for universal health care. So
right.
I mean, yeah.
Baby steps in a beautiful utopian scenario. There would be, yeah. But I'd be happy, honestly, with just universal health care, at least in the coming decades. You know what I mean?
Okay.
We
could join you. Well, just I'm asking because we'll have another debate on socialism, those are always fun. So I'm taking up too much.
Answer that question though, Adam. I mean, I think most socialists define it as workers owning the means of production. So
yeah, worker co-ops, all that stuff.
Yeah, worker co-ops would be a practical version of that. And I know a lot of people get upset when you talk about worker co-ops in relation to all work, because they're like, why would a burger flipper have the same kind of control in a company as the manager? That doesn't make any sense to me. And that's not actually the way they operate. You would just have the ability to vote who exactly is going to be your CEO or manager in the company on a regular basis. And on top of that, you would still have a structure in which there are people who are more inclined to be managers, people who are more inclined to organizing and overseeing a group of people. And then there are people who prefer to work behind a computer, for example. So that's the way most modern worker co-ops or even massive umbrella corporations like the Mondragon Corporation usually organize and structure themselves.
Do you think that liberalism inherently leads to socialism?
That there are going to be enough problems built into the capitalist system itself that it's going to lead to alternatives. And historically, that's usually is the pathway between like fascism, outright dictatorships, or socialism is usually where it leads. Like I think most economists who advocate for this will say in capitalism, every 4 to 7 years, you experience a recession or depression, something to that nature, and that inherently is going to result in a whole bunch of people either losing their jobs or having a harder time or that kind of stuff. I mean, ideally, what I usually advocate for, if I advocate for socialism, is maximizing freedom. Like in the same way the two of you enjoy the democratic process, I'm sure we like having the freedom to vote for who we want to represent us in politics. I want to extend that freedom to where you spend about 8 hours of your day every day. So you have more freedom in the workplace to be able to control the environment where you spend the majority or half of your life.
For now, I would just like all workers to have the ability to join a union. That would be the most direct first thing, and then from there, we can work out the rest. But I like to sort of deal with scenarios that are reachable at this very moment. Philosophical discussions are fun, but I think if someone's listening to this now and they work at a shitty 9-to-5 job and they're flipping burgers or mopping floors or something, the discussion that would most directly help them would be, you should be in a union so you could collectively bargain and organize and et cetera, et cetera.
Do you know MMT, Matt? Modern monetary theory?
Yes. I mean, I'm not the expert on it. I would like to say I've read people who are, and yeah, I'm familiar with it, and I agree with it. Yeah. I'm
an expert in modern monetary theory, so yeah. So if you want to come back sometime, just because my confidence in this, he's laughing because the chat despises when we talk about modern monetary theory, even though. I mean, I think I pretty much am an expert. So, but anyway,
okay. Well,
hubris aside, what do you want to move?
Well,
I think they just get bored talking about economics.
Okay. Yeah, there's no blood sports in MMT.
Well, no, I mean, no. Listen, we always have guests on, usually from our chat, and we get in these very long, heated arguments about MMT. But it's very, unless you're like really deep into this analysis and shit of economics, it's lost on like most people. So
the last one it got spicy. I mean, it was.
Yeah, you need to be nicer, Adam.
I know. I'm working on it. I'm definitely working on it. Yeah.
Anyway, let's talk about.
He scoffed at me. What was I supposed to do?
Oh my God! Don't scoff at Adam. It gets him very upset. So what was the issue with coverage of Libs of TikTok that other people were doing?
Matt, do you want to start this?
Where do you want to start?
You had an interview. You had an interview with, I can't remember the name.
Taylor Lorenz.
She's
Lorenz.
The Washington Post reporter who found out who the Libs of TikTok
is. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Found out is an interesting way to put it. Sometimes people call that doxing.
Yeah,
so
I mean, I I think doxing is sort of a loaded term. I mean, we've been.
It is. That's why they use it.
Yeah, right. I mean, journalists have been doing this for as long as there's been journalism, right? Find someone who's doing something that affects a swath of people, and they're trying to do it anonymously, so they can do it without any consequences or repercussions. And journalists find out who they are if it serves the greater public, and then they go ahead and say, "This is who this person is, who's been, doing what they've been doing." So, doxing to me is more so like, when someone on some, some image board like 4chan just scoops up some like random YouTuber's address or something, posts it up there just so, people could fuck with them and do, and like swat them or some shit. Like that's the doxing I think most people historically, it sounds weird to say historically on the internet, but genuinely, more generally, that's what doxing has been used for in, when I've encountered the term. I know, again, it's been broadened out now for the very same reasons that you just mentioned. But yeah, I don't think like uncovering who an anonymous public figure is the same as just, just doxing some rando on the internet to unleash harassment at them.
Well, I mean, I think putting some, YouTuber's address out there because you want to swat them, you want to harass them, essentially. I don't see that as, I mean, obviously it's a difference in degree, but conceptually, it doesn't seem that different than saying, I want to put this person's name and face out there to get them, fired from their job or to suffer some other repercussion for their opinion.
Well, to be fair, this person Libs of TikTok, whose name is Chaya Raichek, she sort of is more of a public figure and has like a direct effect on politics, unlike what some like random YouTuber would. I mean, she's on record, in fact, even privately in emails that were leaked by someone who tricked her into reporting on something that they just fully made up, that she like brags that she has direct lines of communication with the Texas Attorney General, with the DeSantis administration in Florida. I mean, that's someone who's pretty powerful. I mean, if I had a direct line of communication to someone, I think it would be like if I had a direct line of communication to like the Biden administration or like the governor of New York or something, I think it'd be fair game to know who I am, so people can know what type of person is like sort of influencing these very powerful people.
Could I also say, by the way, I have no problem with people posting SJW cringe compilations. Like, have at it, right? Like there's thousands of those channels on YouTube. There's tons of people who are constantly posting, hey, look at this, it's libs and leftists embarrassing themselves. Fine, go nuts, right? If someone is publicly posting on their own social media kind of like events or things that they've done, and then you want to laugh at it and make fun of it, go nuts, right? Like I have no problem with that practice at all. The thing that I took a lot of issue with the Libs of TikTok account is that she would specifically take videos of people who were talking about things related to LGBTQ plus, right, and then label them as pedophiles or groups, which does have very serious real world consequences. In certain cases, it could get teachers fired from their jobs. They would get death threats. The schools would get death threats. So that's where I think that account specifically crossed the line.
Well, relating to what Matt said first, well, first of all, I'm a little skeptical when someone like Libs of TikTok or anyone claims they have, the hotline to some important person. To me, this really comes off from a lot of people as like, them bragging that they sent an email to someone once and got a response or something. So, but
you saw the account would publicly do tweets where there would
I saw that
Ron DeSantis's press secretary.
I saw Ron DeSantis.
For Texas, we sort of have to just go by her word. But when it comes to Florida, we know that Ron DeSantis. We know that they know that. We know that her press secretary used a Libs of TikTok example or whatever. It probably asked for source information. I wouldn't classify that as a direct line, but regardless, to me, the issue is I don't see how their identity is relevant to whether you criticize them or anyone criticize them for doing the right or wrong thing. You could just say, listen, this person's wrong philosophically or morally or whatever. I don't see how their name affects really anything about that story other than possibly just getting them fired or whatever.
So where do you set the bar then? So like if someone say grows, like you can consider it, let's just call it like a media empire, right? You've grown your social media or your YouTube channel or your Twitter account to 100,000, 500,000, 750,000 followers. So you have a lot of power, clout on the internet, right? You then use that account specifically to target people who are LGBTQ plus and then label them as pedophiles or groomers. And then on top of that, you have actual politicians, press secretaries who are interacting with you, interacting with your tweets and posts, and then using them as the basis for either forming policy or doing all kinds of other stuff. I think at that point, it's kind of, in my personal opinion, crossed the line into this is newsworthy. We've like, this is something, this is worth, this is in the public interest to talk about.
Well, it might fit that definition of public interest, but I'm asking, what is the purpose of the person's name being out there? How does that change the conversation at all?
Well, I
don't think the purpose of the story itself was to simply say, by the way, this is who Libs of TikTok is, end of sentence, or print, right? It was like, this is a story in and of itself. And within that story, we're going to identify the person who, by the way, publicly revealed their own name in the domain registry. It was already a matter of public.
But I don't see, I'm not sure. I understand what you're saying. And I think I don't have any fault for Taylor writing a story where she criticizes Libs of TikTok, especially if Libs of TikTok was taking people out of context or doing something wrong. But to me, it really, and even when I was listening to her conversation with you, Matt, it seemed kind of like a lot of trying to get her name was fishing for, is this someone who has a job somewhere that we can get in trouble?
Well, it's also,
and that to me, I think is how it rubs a lot of people on the right that way.
Well, it's also honestly, if you have someone working for you who's running this horrible account and you find out, I think you have every right to be upset with that, especially if it's not something you agree with. I think that's completely fair. And if someone's fine with it too, then that's fair for that company to keep them on board. I mean, I don't really have an issue either way. If it's
they get like huge public backlash if they didn't fire them.
Also, how the Libs of TikTok account doing not just journalism? Like if they're just basically reposting videos that people are posting publicly. I mean, I understand that you're characterizing it as attacking them or painting them in a negative light, but I
have direct examples of that from the tweets that she's still left up because she's deleted a ton of her tweets already.
Okay.
And I just want to add really quick. That's another thing too, though, why it's important to sort of know who this person is. Clearly, they were doing something with some of these tweets that could get them in trouble, where previously when they were anonymous, they were fine with doing. There was no legal repercussions they could worry about. Clearly, she had to go through and scrub her account of tweets that possibly crossed the line and could get her into legal trouble because, I mean, she scrubbed so many of them while also leaving up a bunch of old ones too. So she clearly was scrubbing specific ones as well. I think I think the way she treats her account is certainly going to be different and has been at least a little bit different in terms of how directly she goes after someone because her name is out there and there are legal repercussions for smearing someone and saying something that's just not true and adding a little bit of her own flavor in there to rile up her audience.
So just to be clear here, you're saying that she's posting their content and then adding her own critique on top of that. That is
So Adam, I can point to a direct example of that. One of the ones that she's still left up is basically it's a politician's husband who's giving this, like, instead of a pledge of allegiance to the flag of America, he's doing a pledge of allegiance. Pete Buttigieg's husband, he's doing a pledge.
We saw that video.
The Rainbow Parade, right? So if you want to label that as cringe, or that's basically your criticism of it, like this is cringe, fine, go nuts, do that. But to label them as groomers, just so everyone is clear on this, what a groomer is someone who's trying to elicit a child into having a sexual relationship with them.
That's not true though. That's the thing.
It's absolutely true.
There's two
definitions of groomer.
But there's this thing that they can do that, this is done all the time in journalism as well. It's done in the case of the Amber Heard and Johnny Depp thing. They can say, listen, this, the intention wasn't for you to think that we're talking about Johnny Depp. We didn't cite Johnny Depp specifically. This is what we meant. So there's obviously multiple interpretations going. And what they're saying, when they're saying groomer, they're talking about grooming them with a political ideology. They're not calling them pedophiles. So, and I realize I know you, I see you smirking, Matt. I know you can say that, really what they mean is that they're pedos, but they're hiding behind this saying that they're not, they're just grooming them with a political ideology. But you have to acknowledge that that's a legitimate thing, that it is something. So it is a definition.
So Adam, if there was a single example, if there was just one instance in which Libs of TikTok had made a post and said grooming, and then all of a sudden you're going to say used other terms, right, such as pedo, pedophile, stuff like that.
So she has used pedophilia.
She's clearly trying to label people in this respect who are LGBTQ plus.
It's different though.
Well,
you can't listen. This is totally unfair, Lance. You can't say that because she called somebody a pedo in one tweet, that every time she uses the term groomer, she means pedo. Okay,
I think it's almost being obtuse, and I say this not trying to insult you, but like in good faith, to try and ignore what her strategy clearly was. There was a very clear pattern of her posting multiple videos of individuals who just happen to be gay or trans, and then adding that characterization towards them. This is a groomer. This is a pedophile, etc.
The obtuse position is actually your position, Lance, because you're the one that's saying you can reach into her mind and read the intention that she had. I'm saying I have no idea. Maybe you're correct. Maybe she does mean pedo every time she says groomer, But if this was a new strategy, I can't know for sure.
Sure, but you can understand that there's like a long-standing tradition of trying to vilify people who are, say, gay by trying to.
Well, there's a long-standing tradition on the left of trying to demonize conservatives as Nazis. Okay.
Right. But I'm saying one does not suddenly ignore or erase the other. So just because leftists sometimes rush to being like, you're a Nazi because you say something that I disagree with, sure, that's bad. Call that out. Fuck them. But at the same time,
I'm happy to hear you say that.
Yeah, but if you're going to look at the sum total of what the Libs of TikTok was specifically doing, and not just Libs of TikTok, it would start on Libs of TikTok, and then it would reach this entire ecosystem of other right-wing conservatives who would then take it and start to talk about how these people look at the entire.
They would take it too
James
far.
Lindsay, right?
Yeah.
Well, I thought personally for me, Libs of TikTok takes it too far, but James Lindsay would then take it and be like, groomer, look at this groomer, look at these groomers, and if you think they've completely erase the meaning of that word, well, that's with intent, in my opinion. I think the whole purpose is to both label people as something that is deplorable, which is a pedophile. Everyone can agree. No one likes pedophiles. At the same time,
no one likes Nazis. I fucking hate Nazis. I mean, if I like Nazis, bug the shit out of me.
And I'm not here calling you Nazis. I'm just saying that I think it would be ridiculous to try and give Libs of TikTok a pass in this regard to say that they weren't intentionally trying to do that.
Right. Well, I mean, there's a reason why they moved over from the word indoctrination to groomer. I mean, they could easily just continue using the word indoctrination, but that doesn't have the same. Well, that's exactly it. Doesn't have the same connotation. Doesn't have the same historical meaning as a groomer. I mean, indoctrinating someone isn't a crime. Grooming someone most definitely is. Like grooming is illegal.
Well, if it's for sex, yes.
Well, but that's how it's generally used, and that's the definition it's mostly tied with. I mean, they've been saying indoctrination when it comes to non-LGBTQ, indoctrinating kids into Marxism, indoctrinating kids into socialism. Yet all of a sudden, when we talk about LGBTQ+, it's grooming. I mean, there's a clear connotation there. I mean, I don't really know how to have this discussion. That's why I've sort of been sitting here waiting for this opening, because I mean, I know what you guys are doing, and I get that argument. Like we can't go into her mind, but we can see what the terminology they use when they're talking about all the other things they don't like about the left, and then when they're talking about gay people, trans people, then all of a sudden that word transforms specifically into grooming. I mean, I don't know how much more clear they can make it without just outright saying we are completely homophobic, transphobic, anti-gay. I mean, this is how they do it.
So I think that actually, I don't think James got it from her. I think she got it from James. I think he was using the OK groomer language before Libs of TikTok. I think he was the first one. And
James was? Lindsay?
I think he might have been. Because I remember months ago, before anyone else started using it, he was using the term groomer, and he meant it both ways. He meant it both that there were people that are grooming kids for political ideologies, and then he also meant that there was this sort of idea that the way to get kids indoctrinated into various aspects of neo-Marxism was through sexualizing them, essentially.
So you'd agree they use the word groomer in that regard?
So what I've
specifically the dictionary definition of it.
Well, no. So what I've said on this topic, whenever it comes up on stream, is I agree completely that obviously the term is used. I think the term is used intentionally for that dual meaning, is intentionally used to get people riled up, to have that like, oh my God, the pedophilia, connotation obviously is baked into it, and people hear that, but also that then they can kind of fall back on and say, well, we're not necessarily saying that any of these people are pedophiles. We're kind of talking about political grooming.
Yeah, but that's just someone doing plausible deniability, right?
It's I
wasn't actually calling them pedos.
Well,
I'm
not. Well, wait a minute. I'm not willing to jump. Well, hold on. I'm not willing to jump to that level to say that, oh, all these people think that anything gay or LGBT means you're a pedophile. I definitely know that James Lindsay doesn't think that. I don't know what the Libs of TikTok lady thinks, but I do know that that they're using that word to draw attention because of that connotation. Because I feel like, unfortunately, the left has kind of opened the door recently for this kind of using language to kind of blanket statement attack people. And it's kind of like, well, you're kind of goosing what's good for the goose, good for the gander in the situation. In terms of, labeling everyone a racist.
But what's political about, that's the thing that you keep talking about, political grooming. Being gay or trans is not like politics. It's like who you are. I'm not.
The gender identity issue. Well, first of all, the gender identity issue of separating gender strictly from sex is a political issue, and usually is almost always tied into a left-leaning or more leftist philosophy politically.
I mean, I honestly don't see that as political. I mean, it's just who somebody is. I mean, if I think I've had this discussion with Tim Pool, and this is how this went, where I basically said, I mean, so basically conservatives deny that trans people exist. And, I saw later on he tried to make the claim that, like, in another video with another guest later on, that, like, I was trying to say that conservatives think, like, trans people just, like, aren't there, like they're just, like, not, they're just invisible or something. No, what I'm saying is, like, if, conservatives don't think trans people exist, as in that person standing in front of them is not transgender. And, Tim said no conservative thinks that. And then his co-host jumped in and said, actually, that's what I think. I don't believe transgenderism is a thing. I mean, if you don't believe that, I mean, it's sort of just, in my view, you're just denying what somebody is. I mean, you don't have to use the pronoun, that person's like pronouns if you don't want to, but it doesn't mean they're not trans. Right. I mean, put that matter of like respect aside. To me, it's just not a political issue. It's like,
right. I understand. I think first of all, I think the language of saying you don't think trans people exist is strange, because I don't think we use that in any other situation that I can think of. Like, if you're talking to, a Scientologist and they believe they've gone clear and they're a 20 level, can talk to alien ghosts or whatever. Like, you don't believe in it. I assume you don't believe in any of that stuff. And you're not going to like deny that person exists, or you're not going to deny that the person thinks what they think. You just
but you
don't believe them, right? You're not going to say Scientologists don't exist.
But you wouldn't frame that same thing towards, say, like black people, right? Like, you wouldn't say that being black is a political issue in and of itself. I think the same thing applies to trans people.
I don't think being
trans people and their identity or their gender identities.
I don't think someone
it's being made into a political issue.
What you're saying, right.
Obviously, their wishes, right?
Well, no, because you're conflating two different things. You're conflating gender dysphoria, which is a medical condition, with a gender sex ideology, which is
I'm just saying this is the way people are born. Whether or not they're black or they're trans or they're non-binary.
I agree. I think people are born with a gender identity. Especially, I think gender dysphoria is something people, at least the evidence points to gender dysphoria as being something people are born with. I don't think it's healthy for society to kind of, or for anyone really, to fixate on a medical condition as an identity. I think it should be seen as something like, you have a medical condition, you get over it, and then you move on with your life like any
but you
other
also
medical
understand that
condition.
not every person who is trans experiences gender dysphoria.
Well,
Like,
but that's where you're right.
but,
You're completely right.
yeah.
And that's where the political ideology comes into, because I personally don't agree or justify most non-binary genders being a thing that I think is real.
That's where we're at.
And I mean, I guess it's, what is it? I would be a true scum, because I don't think transgender should relate to people outside of gender dysphoria. And that's where the political issue, I guess, comes into this.
Yeah, or like a biological essentialist, I think is the other way of saying it. But you see it exclusively as a medical condition that needs to be cured. That's it.
How is that biological essentialism?
Well, there's usually an association directly with people. You see the terms that are often used, right? Biological male, biological female. And then on top of that, people who want to understand the trans experience as something that is, someone experiences gender dysphoria, at which point they can receive treatment for that, whether or not you approve of that treatment, whether it's puberty blockers at a young age or later on in life, because you're a libertarian, you only think adults are allowed to have it. That's kind of the route that they go down, right? Like, so you basically think that non-binary people aren't valid, or they're making it up? Is that it? I'm not trying to.
I mean, well, wait a minute. Well, first of all, before we get into that, you said that I think gender dysphoria is basically something that is to be cured, and I don't. You said it like as if that's a bad thing. That's literally how it's viewed medically, as a condition to be cured. Not the transgenderness, right? the dysphoria, the gender
dysphoria. The dysphoria. Oh no, absolutely. Okay. I'm not denying that. I'm saying that there is people who could be trans and they want to, seek treatment in order to do things that will help and alleviate their gender dysphoria. Right. And then there's also people who are trans who don't want to do anything to alleviate their gender dysphoria. They could be.
There's people that are trans that claim they don't have gender dysphoria, and I'm saying I don't think that's really trans. Or shouldn't be considered trans.
Wasn't your position also, though, that trans people don't exist because you just view gender dysphoria as a medical condition?
It depends what you mean by trans people existing.
Well, I mean, would you, if you met a trans woman, would you acknowledge that she's a trans woman?
Of course, Matt, I would. What do you mean?
Yeah, okay. Matt, you didn't understand the example that he gave. I mean, it was a great example. It's the first I've ever heard it. Is the and I do shows with them all the time. The Scientologist example, okay? You can separate the fact that there's a person who's a Scientologist that believes all of these interesting things that you don't necessarily believe, but you don't say that Scientologist doesn't exist or that their beliefs are invalid.
But you're not born a Scientologist.
Yeah, that's the
right?
issue with that. Right.
You're not born a Christian.
Wait a second.
Yeah, we're getting somewhere.
You're completely right, but that's my position. I think people with gender dysphoria are born with it. I don't think people who, first of all, I don't even know how you can make this argument.
If your position is the Scientology example, then you're saying that you believe they are not born with it. They are not.
No. I was just using that as an example for language about saying someone exists or not. Okay. When it comes to gender dysphoria, I understand what you're saying, Scientology. When it comes to gender dysphoria, I do believe people are born with that. And that's why I do, if someone has gender dysphoria and they transition, I'm totally fine using whatever, the she or he or whatever their transitioning pronouns. That's not a problem with me. But I don't believe, and I don't even know how anyone can argue this, that when it comes to sort of the more, I don't have gender dysphoria, but I adhere to some socially constructed gender, I don't understand how that could be based on biology if you're saying gender is a social construct.
I'm just out of curiosity, would you have problems using like they them pronouns or stuff like that?
If someone wants me to, if I know someone or someone's on stream they want me to, I will do it. But I'm because I'm not an asshole. But personally, I don't like non-binary pronouns, and I think they reinforce gender stereotypes.
Oh, so you're a gender abolitionist?
I'm in favor of people not being judged based on these biological categories. Yes. If that makes me a gender abolitionist. I mean, I don't want.
Well, I do think it's interesting that you said you would acknowledge their preferred gender, their preferred.
Yeah, well, I'm not an asshole.
Yeah, well, your position's probably a lot different than most people that I'm assuming you would have on your show or who listen to your show. Honestly,
well, maybe I'm not sure.
Well, you guys think we have a bunch of right wingers in our audience, which it's probably 50-50, if not. I mean, we have just as many left wingers.
But wait a minute. Again, I don't. How can someone's socially constructed gender be something they're born with? I don't understand this idea.
So the tools that they would best use in society to be able to identify the way they actually are born and feel through language would be the best way to interpret that, right? So you are born a certain way. You could be non-binary, whatever it is. The way you want to both express that and be represented by that is going to be used by socially constructed tools such as language, pronouns, that kind of stuff.
Right. Yeah, but okay, but no, you're complete. That's exactly what's going on. But so what I say is, well, I think these socially constructed tools they don't free people from the stereotypes of gender. They seem to reinforce gender, which I'm against, or reinforce gender stereotypes, which I'm against. So I don't see them. I see them not only as not having utility, but having negative utility.
Yeah, because
are you both on the same page here?
Well, we have a difference of opinion on whether or not people without gender dysphoria should be allowed to transition.
Well, we're not even talking about that. Yeah. We're just talking about sort of like, do non-binary pronouns reinforce gender stereotypes, which I believe I think they do definitionally.
Well, I think people who are non-binary are trying to buck gender stereotypes by, what is it even? It's like a nondescript, not male, not female thing that they're going for. Which
it can be a lot of different things.
I mean, I find it.
But you basically don't fit into a gender binary.
I find it interesting, and I have no problem with it. Sitch and I have argued over this. So, I mean, I'm more radical when it comes to believing people should be able to do what they want to do. So, like, I'm in, like, this is another place. Like, do you guys think people who don't have gender dysphoria, as it is right now in society, and I realize that trans people are pushing for this, they're saying, listen, I want to be able to transition because I feel like it, even if I don't have gender dysphoria. Like, a lot of people are going and, looking up what gender dysphoria is so they can pretend they have gender dysphoria so they can transition.
This is something I've never heard of. I mean,
really?
Yeah, really. I mean, I don't know what are you talking about? Talking about like young kids or something? Are you talking about like adults saying they
even well, anyone? I guess anyone relevant to what Adam's talking about.
I don't know of that existing, to be honest. I mean,
so really? do you think people should be, so gender dysphoria is a medical condition, as Sitch has said, but I could not have gender dysphoria and just feel like I wanted I guess you would say, if you feel like you wanted
point of this, are you thinking?
Okay, here, let me break it down. You're explaining this poorly, Adam. Basically, my position is, I don't think anyone, this is kind of a completely different topic, but my position is, I don't think people should be able to transition unless they have gender dysphoria through surgery and hormones and other stuff. And Adam's position is
should be able to.
They should be able to, even if they don't have gender dysphoria, as long as they're 18 or older.
Well, they feel like a totally separate topic. This is kind of like, should people be allowed to have breast implants? Whether or not you think they should, or not, right? It doesn't really. But
I also don't know of anyone who just wakes up and just decides this. Like, this is not something I've ever. And I know a lot of trans people. I know a lot of trans people who literally.
Well, you're kind of relating it to something else.
I know we can. I know a lot of trans people who've struggled with this their entire life. This isn't an easy thing. Like, they have to really go through a lot just to finally get to the point where they are ready to transition, and then the cost, both mentally and physically, and then monetarily, and then many of them have to actually leave the country to be able to do it, to afford it. I mean, this isn't something that someone just wakes up and goes, you know what, I think I'm going to try being trans for the rest of my life.
Matt, this is fascinating to me, because I have heard a debate over whether or not people should be able to transition without gender dysphoria, and they talk about medical gatekeeping and all kinds of stuff. And
but this is kind of anecdotal. Like, how often does this happen?
Listen,
I don't think we've gone so
far.
If
someone's an adult, don't we agree that they should be able to do whatever they want, regardless?
No, but that's what the disagreement is. But
that's where we
don't have to talk about this. I don't know why you. Kind of not what we were talking about.
Let's get back to
we could go back to
let's go back
before
to
we leave the Libs and TikTok. Can I ask just one more question? Because what was important to me is when talking about Libs and TikTok, I just wanted it to be like, or ironed out, I guess, if you have viewers that are on the right wing, that again, this is not something that I'm coming at a position from where I think it's wrong for people to repost other people's shit and laugh at it. Have at it, I'm totally on board with that. What is wrong to me is taking specific people, say a teacher, and then posting, hey, this person is a groomer or a pedophile, and then the results of that are going to be that person is going to be ostracized or fired. And even going further in certain cases is posting their school district and then having that associate with politicians and stuff. That is the big problem of what I think Libs and TikTok is doing. Are you on that?
I understand exactly what you're saying.
Okay,
I understand exactly what you're saying. So the reason we got off on that sidetrack was there's a very important question you said, which is, how is this a political ideology? And this is why we got on that sidetrack, is because if we're talking about, like, if I'm saying non-binary pronouns reinforce gender stereotypes, then you're making a question about how people think gendered people should act, or whether gender should have prescriptive norms or something associated with it. So that is a political question. And that's what I'm talking about when people call this stuff. That's where the political aspect of the groomer comes from. Because there are political ideas nested within this that I think you can say that people can promote them, but you have to acknowledge them.
So why wouldn't you use the word indoctrination? Not a word whose definition.
Because groomer is more incendiary and gets clicks.
Exactly. And
I'm not going to deny
the purpose. It's to continue to vilify this group of people and associate them with pedophilia. And because the first thing you will find when you look at it in like dictionary definitions is going to be someone who's trying to have a sexual relationship with kids. I
don't disagree with any of this.
I mean, this is a repeat of the gay panic, right? And no one at this point in history would argue that those people weren't homophobic and anti-gay. I mean, this is, I think, fast forward a couple of years, maybe a decade, and people are going to look back at what was going on here with the same lens as the as gay panic. I mean, this is.
I don't think it's quite the same.
Yeah.
Because the gay, I don't know, I wasn't alive then, but I'm assuming the gay panic was people that were using this language literally believed that, oh, gay people are going to go around gaying children to have sex with them or something.
Yeah, it's
like that was
a major part of it. Yeah.
Yeah. With this, I'm sure there's some people that believe that when they see the OK groomer stuff, but I think the majority of them, or I think a good chunk of them, have the kind of smug Pepe attitude about using the term groomer. They understand what's
so you're saying it's just for
that.
the
I would flip that. I would say the vast majority of people are not in like this little bubble that the four of us are in, where we know the online political spheres and who's talking about what on what image board or on what social media platform. I think the vast majority of people, Libs of TikTok, for example, has got like 1 million Twitter followers. I think the vast majority of her followers see her use the word groomer and they go, oh, that person is trying to groom those children so then they can take advantage of them sexually.
Yeah, no,
I don't know if Libs of TikTok has ever. Yeah, but he's been using that for a while. I don't know if Libs of TikTok has ever posted that. I mean, obviously, I think that'd be better if they did, but I'm not sure on what the exact breakdown is between the groomer language.
But in my personal opinion, it doesn't matter if it is just a Pepe wink for the memes, the epic big chungus kind of shit. The effect will be the same if a broad majority of people who see those videos suddenly start associating it with pedophilia, or start thinking that, oh, okay, well, this person is talking about gender ideology, they must be talking about being a pedo.
Right, and I agree with you in principle, but I guess I just don't care, because then they say, well, this is what you've been doing to us for the last 5-6 years about racism.
When you say they, who are you talking about?
Like the people on the right, or people that are not.
We're not right wingers.
We'll say,
I mean,
just
I know that, but I'm just
hit us with the racist hammer for. Well,
we're talking about a very marginalized community. They have on one end.
To me, is irrelevant, really.
Okay, fine, that's irrelevant. But if there's a marginalized community, and we're talking about the LGBTQ plus, they specifically, you think, have been pushing so far against the right.
Are you saying it's okay?
Wait, let me finish this. Such a degree against the right for so long that it's justified to falsely label them as pedophiles in the opposite direction.
I'm not saying it's justified. It's not justified. I'm just saying I don't care. I'm saying,
Lance, are you saying that it's? Are you saying it, Lance? Are you saying it's? Lance, are you saying it's justified to be dishonest if the person isn't marginalized? Because that's kind of what's going on in the other
absolutely
direction.
not. No, I don't think it's justified in either direction. I just think this is an incredible imbalance of power. I think we're talking about people who are oppressed, broadly speaking, by society in one end. So people are oppressed at this end, and then saying like, well, this is just a justifiable backlash because at the end of the day, you who have been oppressed for so long are starting to like call us names too. So it's fine to falsely label you.
Hey, I'm not calling. Hey,
no, I'm not saying you too. I'm saying
you in the royal. Yeah, fine. I understand. I think you kind of have it backwards though, because I think you can make the argument that when you say LGBT people have been historically marginalized, that's definitely true. That's definitely not really true publicly in the last 5 to 10 years. It seems like what do you mean? Like if someone comes out as LGBT, everyone in the school is clapping. It's like a lot of children are doing this in friend groups, are coming out as non-binary in order to gain.
I got to tell you, broadly speaking, LGBTQ, especially if you're trans people, are overwhelmingly overrepresented in unemployment, in homelessness, in being kicked out of their families. They have the highest rates of suicide
that has
amongst
nothing to do with
children.
Yeah, well, obviously, when
exactly
you have a mental, medical condition.
We're talking about people who have, but we're talking about people who are broadly speaking.
Are you now saying are you now saying
when you have a Wait, hold on a second.
Okay, go ahead.
When you have a medical condition, which leads to like dysphoric feelings, obviously that's going to have a lot of baggage with it when it comes to having problems in life. I would never deny that. Obviously, they're going to be overrepresented and having lots of social problems. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that they're not marginalized by society. I don't think LGBT people on average are marginalized by society. I think people that are accused of being racist are far more marginalized by society currently than anyone who identifies as LGBT.
Well, it probably depends where you live. Some kid in Alabama is not going to come out and flaunt coming out in high school.
Well, it depends where you live in Alabama. Let's not paint all of Alabama.
Sure. In a red state, in a red area, sure, of course. But are you saying that even being gay and or lesbian or bisexual is that also what you're talking about when you bring up like like what was the term you used? I'm sorry.
Not marginalized?
No. Look, when you talk about their mental health or something, you used I don't want to put words in your mouth.
No, I was talking about people with gender dysphoria. He said trans people are overrepresented in all these.
No, he was talking about LGBTQ people in general.
I thought he said trans.
I did say trans people, and I'm trying to wrap my head around the concept that people you're saying are more openly vilified for being conservative or right wing than trans people are in terms of their everyday experience.
Well, I don't know. I said accused of being racist, but I don't know if that. Sure, I mean, whether you're conservative,
of being racist. That's very, very different. Okay. Sorry, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but being accused of being racist, okay, sure, that might feel shitty. Mm-hmm. But we're talking about people who genuinely get kicked out of their homes, have a lot of trouble finding employment, are homeless, are overrepresented in a variety of things, have very high rates of suicide.
I understand what you're saying.
But overwhelmingly, that is more marginalization, broadly speaking, by society than being called a racist. Starbucks or something.
Maybe we have different definitions of marginalized by society. Because when I hear that, what I think it means is that society is saying fuck you on the basis of a belief or some biological identifier. That's unfair. Okay, that's what I think of when I hear marginalized. I don't know if you're using the word the same way.
Well, marginalized by society, I would assume to mean oppressed, as in the structures of the society that we've created.
Okay, so you're using a much broader systemic way than I would.
Well, even if I was to use your definition, I would still say that broadly speaking, LGBTQ plus people fall under that worse. That they're more. I don't know.
I disagree. So this is why I disagree, because I think
okay, go ahead.
Well, I'll just say people get fired all the time for being accused of racism. I mean, this is sort of how cancel culture started. Was you'd say, oh, someone says something that smacks of racism, get rid of them. Where I don't see people getting fired for like, oh, I'm coming out as gay, oh, fired. Or any of that. It seems like it's more the opposite. People are applauded for coming out as gay and trans. And when the examples that you're bringing forward about, trans individuals are more represented or disproportionately represented in terms of, being, kicked out of their homes or being on government welfare, being low income, all this other stuff. You're assuming that that's based off of society punishing them for being trans. And I think it's more likely that, well, no, if you have gender dysphoria, that causes all sorts of mental problems in your life. And it would make sense that people with those mental issues would be overrepresented in all the categories you just said.
Yeah. So study after study has shown that the like high rates of suicidal ideation or stuff like that, the trans people experience, that is a direct result of social stigma. So that's not something inherent.
I don't think that's true.
Overwhelmingly. This is like,
they've shown, wait a minute. Because I've seen, I don't know which study you're quoting exactly. I've seen studies that say that, yes, if they don't have social stigma, obviously suicide ideations and rates and things of that nature will go down, which makes sense, but they're still very high regardless of social acceptance.
Right, because we haven't, broadly speaking, achieved social acceptance. Like when you talk about how in society, and we talk about how, like, you know, you used to think the right or racists are the ones who are vilified in jobs, broadly speaking, right? I think you might be looking at this through, like, in mainstream media, say like Disney and some other stuff like that, or like broadly speaking in media, or the libs or the Democrats like that, they seem to be more accepting now than ever before for being trans. That doesn't mean, broadly speaking, statistically, trans people are broadly accepted in society, Western society specifically, like North America and Canada and the US. They still have overwhelming obstacles that they constantly have to overcome. So
I mean, that's fair. That's definitely true. I'd have to see like polling data or something on, you know, whether the average person, you know, throws rocks at trans people or doesn't accept them or something. But well, I guess I'm confused.
But it doesn't even have to be something overt like that. Just
I know.
Yeah, I know. I just want to make sure, though. You know, even if you know, I want to make sure your audience and my audience knows.
Pat is cringing like crazy. At
I know he is, but I just want to. I want to let Matt speak because we've been talking a lot. He hasn't spoken, but I want to just ask Lance this question, which is, do you think if there was like perfect social acceptance of trans people, I mean, do you think that they wouldn't have a higher than normal suicide rate?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
You don't think they would?
I think the rate. I think the rate of suicidal ideation would drop dramatically. Yes.
Do you think it'd be twice as much as normal? 2% higher, 10%. Give me.
I have no desire as like a cis dude to start throwing darts on the wall.
I'm curious where your sort of intuition.
It would be
but I don't have to look at my intuition. Yeah,
right. It would be less.
I want to.
Whether it drops,
this isn't a gotcha. I'm just curious.
I know. It's not a gotcha, but so I'd rather talk about like the science behind this. If you look at all of the modern studies that come out on this specific topic, for basically, if there is less social stigma, both present in their family, their environment, in their school, and broadly speaking, outside and external forces, yes, suicidal ideation is lowered because they do not.
What study though? What study are you talking about? Because I was going to ask you why you believe that. Like, there's a study that shows trans people are less suicidal if society accepts them. How would you even conduct that study?
Well, there have been studies that show that trans people who do transition obviously tend to have a different frame of mental state afterwards. They're generally happy to be, But
that would have nothing to do with society accepting them or not. Like, how would you conduct a study where, you know, the level of societal acceptance was a variable in your study? Yeah.
The way these studies are conducted, you're right. I don't think it's usually just questionnaires where they say, like, you know, does your family accept you and do you feel accepted by your community? So it's based entirely on people's, you know, personal perceptions.
I didn't know.
I did see that one study where people.
But yeah, sure, I can
well, no, I mean, it's fine. I know.
They're easily found.
I've read
I did
studies that say it's less. Yeah. I think you're attributing way more of the suicidal ideation to
based on your gut intuition, not really a
society.
No. I'm cis. I don't know what it's like to be trans, so I usually base this on like what I read, kind of stuff, right?
Well, that's fair too.
So you're basing it on anecdotes from trans friends?
Oh no, not at all. I wouldn't go for anecdotes. I go.
So you're basing it on
meta studies. Meta studies usually typically start with. I like looking at meta studies first, and then I like looking at the individual studies themselves within that. But like, obviously, I want to listen to individual trans people's experience because that's how you kind of get a better POV for this kind of stuff, right?
Well, did you see the study where they asked detransitioners why they detransitioned, and societal acceptance was like, I mean, it was very low. It was like in the single digits. Like, not being accepted by society wasn't really a huge factor in them detransitioning. So that would lead me to believe that societal acceptance wasn't a huge factor. But that's the only study that I've seen.
So speaking of that specifically,
we're talking about an even smaller percentage of the.
Well, it was like 300. It was a study of, I think, 350 people. So. Which
I mean, I have a lot of studies on.
What I'm saying though is that detransitioners are such a small percentage in general that we're already talking about a minute group inside of a minute group. Like, this is
right, but a lot of the trans studies don't have as many as 300 participants. So I mean, it's the same number of participants.
Maybe they found every transitioner for this.
Okay.
Yeah,
Right, so Adam,
and I don't want. Hey, I don't want you to think.
Let me drop some studies. Okay, so
you can link them in the chat if you have like.
Let's not go.
Let's not go. But you're talking about that there's
right.
a very small percentage of people in these studies. In the U.S., a survey of 28,000 people found 8% of respondents reported some kind of detransition, and of those, the reason for detransition was overwhelmingly social stigma. In the UK, of 3,398 attendees at the Gender Identity Clinic, found 0.47% experienced some transition-related regret.
Yeah, I've read that study.
Yeah, the Sweden one is smaller, but the Sweden one is longer. A 50-year longitudinal study of a cohort of 767 transgender people found that only 2% of participants expressed regret, and of those, overwhelmingly, the reason was because of social stigma in each one.
But I'm glad you got the study. First things first, Matt. You said you could only stay around for an hour. We're at about an hour, and I have a couple questions.
I could keep going. I could keep going.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, I can keep going too. Great. I'm having fun. This is getting spicy.
Okay. Sure. Sitch, do you want to jump? Like Matt, do you want to say something? Matt, you have barely talked.
I feel like we've been talking over Matt.
No, I think I forgot the point I wanted to mention, because that point was like 15 minutes ago now.
That's okay.
No, yeah. Let's keep going. Let's move on to something else. I mean, I think
I found one video here from 3 years ago with 37,000 views that says you don't need dysphoria to be trans. Okay, there's another video here. Why you don't need gender dysphoria to be transgender, male to female transition. So I mean, I just feel like this is a pretty common debate that's going on. I'm actually mystified that you've never heard of this. You need, here's another one, 14K views from 4 years ago. Do you need dysphoria to be trans? This is like, okay.
I mean, we don't know who's viewing those, to be honest. I mean, but
14,000 people are. I mean,
that was 14,000. Was one of those? I feel like one of those is a rally.
Oh wait here. Cat Black, 300,000 views from 2 years ago. You need dysphoria to be trans? ? So I mean,
but these are the views of videos of content producers. This isn't data or science.
No, I understand. I'm just saying it's not such a. It's not like I think it's not a far out idea as you seem.
Oh no, and people can ask these questions. Obviously, right. People are debating. We're talking about it right now. I just don't think that's we should use this as a compass to affect policy. Policy should probably be based on.
Well, first of all, I was asking your opinion when I said, do you think someone should be able to transition without gender dysphoria? Just say, that it's something that they desire to do. It's like
that's like asking, should someone be able to have plastic surgery to do something that I don't personally agree with?
Yeah, like make themselves a tiger,
or make their tongue serrated or something like that. Like, it's weird to me, but like if you want to go do that, God bless.
Okay, so we have the same position. Yeah, God bless.
Yeah,
there you go.
Freedom.
I'm against it.
Freedom. I'm for maximizing freedom.
Get Carl back in here. I'm against freedom.
So do you want to? So
by the way, Adam, you said you want to talk about far right radicalization too, right? That was another topic.
Well, I was more interested in talking about David Pakman did this interview with Trigonometry, where it was supposed to be like a good faith interview, and he went into it expecting it to be good faith. It appeared to be good faith, and then David Pakman went on his channel and started slandering them as right wingers and characterizing them as like Nazi fascists and stuff. I'm not
sure what you're talking. Who was this?
So I'm David Pakman.
But who did he?
Now you guys are going to tell me you've never heard of David Pakman.
No, I know.
I've been on Pakman's show. Yeah.
But who was he talking about?
The show is called I think it's Trigonometry, and these guys pitch themselves as kind of enlightened centrist types. And I got to admit, one of the reasons I'm bringing this up is because, you said you were going to come in here and it was going to be good faith, Lance. I don't want to, a couple days from now, see you on your channel. I have been
so good faith.
Trying to talk about
I've been patient on things I'm very, very passionate about. I've been nothing but friendly. Come on, Adam.
Lance has been nothing. No, listen. Lance, you've been nothing but a saint. You and right. Adam is worried. He's afraid. He's worried. He's terrified that in the future something will arise.
These conversations are very, very difficult to have, and I respect the fact that David Pakman went on the show with the Trigonometry guys to try to have one of those conversations, but I don't respect the fact that he completely mischaracterized their positions afterwards and tried to paint them as something they're not. I view, and you do this a lot, Lance. You're completely guilty of this. You miss identify people politically in a way that you would completely be offended by if people misgendered a person who, you know, was a trans person.
Labeled him.
Now, right right wingers, and I don't approve of this when right wingers do this. You know, right wingers who will misgender people like Blair White. They'll call Blair White a he.
Oh, yeah, like Ben Shapiro.
Yeah. Yes, to be offensive and to say, you know, this is my worldview. I don't, you know, I like to respect that. I assume you disagree with the people that do that.
Yeah, absolutely, of course.
Okay, but at the same time, you will go on your channel, and we call ourselves centrists. Like, we are not right wingers. We've never called ourselves conservatives. I've never been. I would feel like a fraud calling myself a conservative, and everybody in the chat does this. But then you will go back to your channel and you will say, oh, I did a debate with these right wingers. How is that any different than misgendering Blair White?
Okay, well, first off, you're not born right wing. That would be my first point in there. And the second part would be that, like, I started by.
I mean, you could ascribe political positions to someone to define them as right wing. I mean,
that is exactly what the right wingers say when they misgender people.
But we're talking about people's political beliefs.
Two separate things.
They say look, I look at them as they are in reality. I don't like. I understand that they have this behavior that they want to think of themselves as centrist.
Right.
But you know, I see their behavior, and their behavior is completely different than that. So therefore, I want to identify them as I see them. How is it different? It's exactly the same thing.
Okay, so I would say this is basically a really good example of a false equivalency. I think if you want to say it's a bad thing for you to falsely label someone politically who might be like a libertarian as an ANCAP or something like that, that's fine. But that's very different than what someone who is trans experiences in their everyday life as like being misgendered. It's part, it contributes towards, like you described, a medical condition, and it's also part of the vilification of them that they experience all the time.
No, when you use right wing, you're not vilifying them because it feels a little like you are.
Oh, their beliefs.
Right, but I'm saying these things aren't equivalent. As in, like, is it going to actually affect your daily life where you actually might experience suicidal ideation based on the fact that you were called a right winger when you want to be called a libertarian?
It bugged the shit out of the trigonometry guys. They made a video. They were totally triggered by it. They were like, "What the hell? You come on our channel and
being upset about that is different than I live every day struggling with the fact that people will not recognize me as a woman." That's very different.
So of course it's different. I just. Like, that's kind of irrelevant to the.
Yeah, you're making the argument that it's okay.
Idea, right?
It's basically like, you know, something that is far more serious versus something that I could agree with you shouldn't do. And if you're trying to accuse me of that, separate those two things, then be like, Lance, you falsely accused us of being right wingers on this date, and then I would be like, okay, well then that was my mistake. That's different than I want to lump these two things together and talk about.
Well, they don't. Here's my problem, and Matt, you've been very patient, Matt. I'll let you talk after this. Here's my problem with that. Because many people, and I believe when you do this, Lance, you say anybody who attacks the left, I'm going to label as right wing. So you say, look, Sitch and Adam have this behavior. They've attacked the left. Therefore, they are right wingers. But why can't a person on the left attack the left if they think the left is doing the wrong thing?
You want Matt to answer that? Or
obviously there's two different things. I think we've established that. But like for me, at least, when I call someone a right winger or a conservative or whatever they are, I'm ascribing that term to what their stated beliefs are. Like when I went on Tim Pool's show and I told him he was a conservative, it's because that's who I believe. That's what I believe best describes him based on his political positions.
What did you call him? I didn't know what you called him.
I said he's a conservative, and I asked him why does he keep calling himself a liberal, and his explanation was, basically because he supports universal health care. And so you didn't let him self-identify. It's so bizarre to me that, like, you're so down with self-identification on the trans issue, but you're not down with it on the political thing. But that's who that trans person is. Like, their self-identification is based
listen,
on
if I come out and tell you this is my political position, how are you able to say that I'm lying to myself?
I mean, if you're saying that like all taxes should be abolished, and then you say you're like a socialist, you clearly are not. I mean, that's like a political position that doesn't mesh with that terminology. Like, that's not That's not what you're claiming that is. I mean, that's something completely different. I mean, if someone, trans people aren't claiming that they are like a trans woman's not claiming she's a biological woman. She's saying that she's a trans woman. Her gender identity is that of a woman. I mean, how are you going to argue with her that that's not who she identifies with her gender, with that gender? I mean, again, if you want to call yourself a leftist, if you're actually a right winger, I'm not going to stop you from calling yourself that. I mean, how can I? But your political positions do not line up with that of someone who that label describes. Oh, I'm sorry. You're breaking up. I can't hear you. 1 second.
On the left. Like it's an actual meme. Okay, you've seen the lobsters before. You know what happens.
Lobsters. Did you fix what the problem
was? When we say leftist, we mean socialist. A lot of people sometimes mean leftist as just people broadly on the left. So
right.
I noticed you said leftist. I don't necessarily know what definition you're using.
You're right.
I was going to say is, do you guys hear me? I'm sorry, your audio.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, okay, cool.
We can hear you great.
I hear you fine.
Yeah. Go ahead and finish your thought, Matt.
No, I honestly I finished it. I don't know if you were talking over me because you guys.
No. Okay, yeah, I heard you. Yeah. Okay. Right. No. I was gonna say that you're kind of sailing into dangerous waters with that argument because it sounds like you're saying because gender identity is more vague and harder to nail down, we accept people just self-identifying as a gender regardless of being able to clearly define it or not. Where when it comes to political identity, you say, well, you can label out something more clear, so therefore it's okay for you to basically throw the label at people, even if they don't self-identify that way.
Well, one self-ID defines who the person is based on what they see themselves as, and the other one is dependent on your political beliefs to describe that particular ideology. I mean, again, if you're a conservative who thinks it's fun to walk around and say you're a leftist, that's fine. How can I stop you doing that? But there's a clear set of, again, not every single, it's not like you have to agree with like 10 out of 10, but there are some, obviously 10, like if you're someone who just wants to abolish taxes, or if you're someone who thinks that, I don't know, if we're going to stick with social issues, we could say, if you're someone who thinks, gay people shouldn't be allowed to marry one another. I mean, those are things that are generally conservative ideology. If you want to claim you're leftist, that's fine. I mean, my point when I was saying to Tim Pool that wasn't that like I want you to self ID the way I want you to. No, my point is that you're lying to your audience. I mean, and based on based on the reaction I got from some people who messaged me from his audience, there are people who did believe, based on how he self-IDs, that he was someone that his politics does not accurately define.
Well, what do you on the Tim Pool situation? I think Tim Pool is in favor of gay marriage. I mean, what is the thing that you're pointing to and saying, oh, this is a conservative belief?
Well, he told me told me straight up on the thing on his show that he support. Now, Tim is very hard to pin down because even his own audience calls him a fence sitter, where he'll say one thing and literally 5 minutes later
a milquetoast fence sitter.
Yes, a milquetoast fence sitter. That's the exact term that they use themselves. And then 5 minutes later, he'll like walk it back in order to like not alienate his audience, I guess, because he tries to play that game with his audience. Where he brings in everybody so they could think he's some like left-leaning centrist.
So, but you yourself are saying that it's hard to pin down, but then you're pinning it down. You're coming out and
saying hard to pin down based what he's saying. But if you actually get down to what he talks about and focuses on his show, like after Roe v. Wade, for example, he has spent weeks and weeks and weeks covering not how women across the country are no longer going to be able to now regardless of what you think about abortion, if you're a conservative listening right now, you could completely think abortion could be banned. I don't agree with you, but that's not what this discussion is right
now. We're baby killers here.
We're talking about
you're among friends.
We're talking about the idea that you can take this of Tim Pool's position. So he takes the position that he supports Roe v. Wade. Yet for the past 3 weeks of his show, whenever that leak came out that signaled what the Supreme Court is planning to do, his focus hasn't been on what do we do about all those women in that time frame that Tim Pool himself claims he agrees with is fine for them to get an abortion? He's been focusing on these extreme edge cases, these like hypothetical scenarios where if a baby is crowning outside the mother, do you think that she should be allowed to get an abortion? That's disgusting. I hate you. I can't stand with you. I'm with the anti-choices.
Wasn't he talking about a baby guillotine too?
Like that's been his show for the past 2 weeks. Now, if you're someone who's actually is for Roe v. Wade, and actually, even if you're someone who's pro-choice but has a belief that there should be some restrictions later on, Roe v. Wade to me would be the example. Getting struck down would be an example of, okay, which is the priority here? What's the thing you focus on? And he's clearly focused on siding with right-wingers who want to demonize the pro-choice movement altogether. I mean, again, if he's anti-choice, that's fine. That's who he is. Stop lying to your audience and pretending you support something you don't. Like, that's what bothers me about that. That's it. Like, again, I don't care what you self-ID as. If you're someone though with a platform, I think you do have you have a responsibility to your audience to not lie to them.
I mean, I agree completely.
Yeah,
but it sounds like what you're describing is not so much Tim being a conservative, rather he's grifting. He is someone who is moderate, who just intentionally covers things and focuses on things to appease his audience.
Which, well, I mean, that doesn't make it any better.
I might agree with you.
Again,
but I'm just saying you could say that instead of calling him a conservative.
So even if Tim Pool, the person, is further left than me, he's a full-on, Leninist, or he's a Marxist or some shit. I don't care. Right. I don't care about Tim Pool the person. Tim Pool, the YouTuber who has got millions of subscribers, is selling his audience right-wing ideology as centrism or even liberalism, and that to me is my beef with that. Period. I mean, again, if Tim Pool off air is, high-fiving me and wants to take down capitalism, that's great. I don't give a shit, because Tim Pool, the person on YouTube, is much more harmful by lying to his audience about the positions that he's espousing on his own program.
Sure. I mean, and I think, I agree with that kind of perception. I do think, well, not exactly the way you phrase it, but I agree that Tim is definitely focusing on things for what I would consider the financial gain, or for his audience and all this stuff. By just saying, I think you could just say all that without, saying you are a conservative, and you can circumvent that kind of definitional conversation about self-identification.
I think that's sort of silly though, because if you're espousing right-wing politics, who cares what the reasoning? I mean, obviously it makes him look even worse if he's just grifting. If your label is correct, which I tend to agree with.
If it doesn't matter,
on his show, I
why
stayed away
do
with
it though?
Why? Well, I think it does matter, because based on
I'm saying you said why does it matter how he thinks, or if that's different? I'm saying, well, if it doesn't matter, then why are you doing it the way that you're doing it?
Oh no, what I said was, what does it matter if the real Tim Pool is a leftist, or has left-leaning positions on things?
He's not. I didn't seem like you were saying that he's lying about his positions on stream. You're saying that what he's focusing on, he's using intentional extreme cases that he'll line up with his audience so he doesn't piss them off, essentially.
Well, I mean, again, though, to me, there's, again, if his audience is taking that right-wing ideology that he's espousing to them just to make them happy, then they get to go home or after the stream say to themselves, wow, even liberal Tim Pool thinks the same way me, a hard right-winger, thinks. I must be in the right position. And those leftists are crazy. Yeah. I mean... Again,
I understand your point. That's a fair point. I'm not sure his audience buys him being centrist liberal anymore, but maybe they do.
I knew that there was an audience that I could reach in terms of telling them this stuff, and they would go, well, he has a point. Which is, when I went on the show, but the reaction I received via phone calls on my live stream, DMs on Twitter, emails, that audience, I expected maybe a handful, even maybe even one or two would have been like, well, that's good for me. I'm happy with how that turned out. It was a lot more than that. And it even shocked me based on, I think his audience, buys that, honestly. Obviously, there's a lot of conservatives who listen to his show and takes what he says. But there's also, out of all the right-wing shows, he is easily, or at least all the shows that espouse right-wing politics, regardless of for what reason, his show, without a doubt, has the most of an audience that is not self-IDing as right. They're not the majority.
Oh, yes, him. I understand. He has the largest right-wing audience for someone who does not self-identify as someone on the right.
No, the other way around.
Also, it can be useful.
Oh, you're saying his audience doesn't?
His audience, yes, his audience.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Okay, Steven Crowder's audience. They know who Steven Crowder is. Steven Crowder doesn't hide that he's a right-winger. He flaunts it. So his audience is made up of fellow right-wingers, again, across the spectrum. So they could be centered, right-leaning center, all the way to like far-right fascists or whatever. But there is that spectrum knows who he is, and they agree with his politics and know that he's a right-winger, and they go there for to hear his right-wing ideology. Tim Pool's audience, or at least a significant percentage, again, significant to me could mean even like 5%, 10%, way more than any other right-wing channel, goes to his channel and thinks they are getting someone who's just talking straight down the line, maybe even a little bit more liberal than the other conservative YouTubers out there, and they listen to him and they go, "Oh, this guy is he's not too far right, not too far left. He's just down the middle." So his position is the sensible one, because honestly, a lot of apolitical people, or people who aren't in these political bubbles, do have this bizarre idea that centrism is, you don't get your way, leftists, you don't get your way, people on the right. We've compromised. Everyone should be angry, and that's just not how the world works. Honestly, that's not how things go. One position.
Everyone should be angry, but continue.
I don't think so. I mean,
we don't define centrism that way at all. So,
I would define. How do the two of you define Tim Pool? Like, what do you consider him to be? Just out of curiosity.
I think Tim Pool is an alienated. What's the word, Adam? The alienated liberal. What's the word that we always use for this?
Disaffected liberal.
I think Tim Pool is. I think he was. I think he was essentially a disaffected liberal. I think a lot of his audience was that. It definitely.
And do you not find maybe he uses that as a tool? Especially, he might be better at speaking about these kind of issues.
I'm not sure.
Like,
I'll be honest.
I used to be
I don't
a liberal, or I used to be a Bernie Sanders supporter.
Tim
knows. I found the truth, and I've seen it on the other side, kind of thing.
I don't watch his live streams at all, and I stopped watching. I used to watch his normal videos for a while. I kind of lost interest around, 2018 or so. So it's possible that he's moved significantly to the right since then. I think he started as a disaffected liberal. I think he would, my criticism against him was that he would intentionally focus only on stories that made the left look wrong or crazy, while intentionally ignoring stories that made the right look crazy, because he knows that that's kind of what his audience wants. And I think you can levy that criticism towards him without just getting into this argument about how someone self-identifies, which I think is somewhat irrelevant. I understand your point, Matt, which is that if he's basically providing a narrative to an audience that they can also self-identify in some incorrect way, but I guess I'm assuming that those people are also basically disaffected liberals who, they do agree with a lot of left-wing policy positions. They just really don't like wokeness. And then I guess you could have an argument about, well, Tim is kind of feeding them a narrative where he's kind of exaggerating the wokeness, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But to me, that's kind of a different argument than what's being made.
There's also, well, again, I have to do this myself every now and then. So I'm not saying that like I'm some higher enlightened or something, but we, all four of us here, just the fact that we do regular political online talk shows for hours sometimes. We are in a bubble where I think sometimes we have to step out of and realize that like the vast majority of people do not have the same understanding of labels.
You're so right. Yeah.
And
right. I agree.
As we do. And I think that is why someone like, Tim Pool, why I focus on him more than maybe some others, because I think that does tell people something that they believe that's just not true. They watch his show and they truly believe, like, if you're working, 12 hours days or some shit, and you come home and you got a few hours to catch up on the news, and your friend told you to check out this Tim Pool guy, and you see all these people watching. He gets 40,000 people at concurrent viewers at any time. You're like, oh, this must be a show to watch, and you got those 2-3 hours to catch the news, and you do it through his show, and then you go to bed and go right and clock in for work for the next shift. That's where your political ideology and how you believe the political sphere identifies and looks.
Right.
And I think that's a real problem. Again, I mean, I know why he does it, but that's why I focused on that, at least. I mean, we don't have to focus on the issue.
I understand exactly what you're saying. I agree with a lot of what you're saying, but I feel like we're kind of looping, so we can move on.
So
just out of curiosity, would you have a problem with Matt calling a take that Tim Pool has as right wing, even if he doesn't qualify as a right winger?
That's the way to do it, right?
Well, if he has a right, wait a minute.
Position,
If Tim has a right wing take, I mean, there's a difference between having a right wing take and Tim focusing on, or anyone really, focusing on these extreme edge cases in order to not alienate parts of his audience, which I think you could call out. I just think it's a different thing. But
you'd be fine with that, right? So if Matt was like, okay, what you just said is distinctly a right-wing position or a far-right position.
The chat literally says that I have Tim Pool derangement syndrome. Okay. I'm well known not lover of Tim Pool.
You need derangement syndrome.
I mean, he's got listen to your YouTube viewers. He's got a huge audience. Like he's
I know he does.
So I mean, I don't think it's derangement syndrome to focus on. I mean, would you get mad at these guys for focusing on something that like CNN or MSNBC fucks up?
Derangement
they're saying
syndrome
they're saying
you don't see clearly that you're biased.
Yeah, they're saying that I'm biased against him unfairly.
Okay. I mean, I would have to know exactly what it is, obviously, but I would say you probably aren't.
Well, yeah, you would. I'm sure you wouldn't.
But if he loved Tim Pool, you'd be here saying that he's completely biased.
No, I actually don't. I actually don't think it's a problem to focus on someone like that. I mean, the whole idea that like Trump derangement syndrome. Like, listen, I even think like the libs, like the actual like shit libs, like your basic bitch Democrats, like they were obviously like over the top sometimes when it comes to Trump, but at the same time he was the fucking president of the United States. I mean, like I mean, it's to focus on someone like that is not completely nuts. You know what I mean? Like,
well, I mean, I never interpreted the TDS thing to mean you focus on Trump too much. It was to mean that anything he says, people just jump to the opposite of, essentially. That's how
that's part of it. I do still see like, why are you still talking about him? He's not president anymore. I mean, that's sort of a lame one too, but no,
well, he's running in 2024,
that
right?
too. I mean, that's the plan.
Oh, okay. Right? Wait, do you guys think that Trump is going to run again?
I do.
I do. Yes.
We have a $500 bet.
Yeah.
That Trump is going to run in 2024, and I win.
Wait, who's in the affirmative?
I am. Yeah.
Okay.
What else is he going to do?
I think he's going to drop out at the last second.
Yeah. Sitch thinks he's going to drop out, but
did you think that as well in 2016 when he first started running?
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
A lot of people thought
I bet money Trump was going to win the primary and then double or nothing that he would win the election, and I won both those bets.
Right.
So,
I used to watch Celebrity Apprentice. Okay. Mm-hmm. And so most people don't know this. Trump used to do this every 4 years before 2016, where he would say, I'm going to run for president. Oh, yeah. And then he'd be like, tune into the last episode of The Apprentice, and I'll tell you if I actually run for president or not. And every fucking time he bailed and he didn't run for president. And I think that's why people had that position in 2016. But in 2016, it seemed way more serious. He was doing a lot more actual moves to run for president. So
let me tell you guys, since you're both in the political space, why I believed Trump would win the nomination and then win the presidency. There's this thing called moral foundations theory that Jonathan Haidt talks about, where he pulls out the moral intuitions of liberals and conservatives. And there's one intuition that liberals, conservatives, and libertarians all have in equal measure. It's the Fairness Cheating Foundation. And when I listened to Trump speak, he had this way of framing every single political issue in the Fairness Cheating Foundation that I just thought, this is going to speak to people who don't even really pay attention to politics in a way that is just really unstoppable. I think a lot of times I think a lot of times liberals and people on the left, they don't really speak to people's moral intuitions, and they even offend people's moral intuitions in ways that they're not really conscious of. And I knew when Trump focused on that issue, and the data is there. So
I think you're giving a little bit too much credit to him and not enough credit to Hillary's ability to fuck it all up.
Well, no, I did say that they step on people's moral intuitions unawares, and the deplorables comment is the perfect example of that. It's like walking into a party and saying 50% of you are all fucking idiots, and you like, who are you talking about? Right?
I think maybe that helped invigorate his own already established base to actually go out and vote that day. But I don't think anybody woke up that day and said, I would have voted for Hillary, or not voted for Trump, but she said that. So again, that was speaking. Yeah. That was a mistake on her part, because it really.
I just want to say one thing.
You can wait. One thing. One thing, you can disagree with me on the fairness cheating thing, and I by no means think that Trump was playing like 10-dimensional chess, and he's like, I'm gonna frame everything in fairness cheating. I think he was doing it intuitively, just from his years as like a sales guy. So go ahead, Lance. What you?
Well, I was just going to say, when it comes to Trump, I think there's this problem, and I think sometimes you'll see it with libs, where they want to label, and we've been talking about this as a theme, every single right winger is just a racist because they voted for Trump or something like that, right? I think the Trump was a symptom. He wasn't a cause. I think someone or people turning to a politician like Trump, a lot of it has to do with the fact that modern day politicians, broadly speaking, they're not meeting the material needs of everyday voters. They're not meeting the material needs of everyday Americans. So if there's a handful of problems, and you've got someone like, it doesn't matter if you're on the left or the right or where you are on the political spectrum, most people have a similar belief in that they want security for their friends, their family, all that kind of stuff, right? And if they feel that they've been left astray by these liberal elites or coastal elites, or however you want to label it, all of a sudden they will look to an alternative. And the problem being is that I don't think Democrats in large part consistently offer them what they're looking for. So centrist voters, or people who might not normally turn towards someone like Trump, who I completely label as a fucking terrible individual, I think they will suddenly think, well, maybe this is an alternative. Maybe I see an answer here. Maybe this is something he's going to do more than what everyday people are doing for me.
I agree with you. I think people's faith in the American dream and American ideology was shaken, maybe even in their confusion, they turned to someone they didn't quite understand. And so Trump comes out and he's like, all these people are corrupt. I'm going to kick the table over. And that's very appealing to people who feel like everything was corrupt.
Yeah, and people are still voting
about this. Go ahead.
People are still voting for change. I mean, that's why Trump was a one-term president. So,
well, I think Biden was kind of like, we changed too much, maybe. So I don't know if I'd agree with that, but
I think
I think Trump was likely
or neo-fascism and stuff like that. I think that was a large part of it.
I missed what you said about neo-fascism.
Oh, okay. Well, I was going to say, like, I think the solution to all of this is not to look towards someone like Trump who offers easy answers, someone who's going to come out and say, by the way, the problem is Muslims, or the problem is this, or the problem is that. And there should actually be a dedicated, like, I don't want to pump Bernie Sanders brakes or anything like this, but just someone who's genuinely going to reach out towards everyday people and say, I actually want to help improve your conditions. I want to do things that tangibly will help your lives, rather than a whole bunch of posturing and a whole bunch of fucking, like corporate Democrats have a tendency to do, where they talk a very big game before elections, and then come election time, it's like, well, build back what, shit like that. I think, and the problem is that when that isn't met and things get worse, there's inflation, high gas costs, all that kind of shit, then people continuously look towards a scapegoat. They're going to look towards someone who's going to come along like a Trump, who's going to be able to say, hey, by the way, I have the answers for you, and it's this, it's X, or whatever it is, and then all of a sudden they rise to power.
I guess we just had a talk. Gerard was correct.
Yeah, we just had a talk about scapegoats before you came in. So now, is this the part where you pull out the pamphlet on socialism, Lance? I'm curious.
Yes. No, we don't need that.
100%. Hey, it's socialism or barbarism. What do y'all want? It's a much better alternative. Don't you want? Come on, aren't you all about freedom?
See, I knew it. I knew it.
You're liberal Americans. Don't you care about freedom? Don't
socialism
you want freedom
is
in your
not.
lives?
Socialism is. We have to. We have to have this debate. We have to have this. Not now. Not now. We don't have time to do it now, but we have to have it because socialism is not freedom. You got this completely backwards. But anyway, let's move on. I have one more topic here. I want to talk about a pretty little lady named Lauren Southern.
No. That we want to talk about far-right radicalization. That's what the email said.
You had a debate with Lauren Southern, I believe. Yes. And Lauren Southern asked you very nicely, as a content creator, fellow content creator, to have a secondary debate because you accused her of a lot of incendiary stuff as you ran out the door on this debate. I got it.
This is the gotcha, Adam, at the end of everything.
You two. Well, this isn't. I'm not. This is not. This is wait, Lance. This is not Lance. This is not intended to be a gotcha. Okay.
Okay. Dude, well, if you're looking for the timeline, here's the timeline. Yes, at the very end of that, I wanted to keep going. I was like, Lauren, I'm going to accuse you of all these things. She called me a bitch boy, which is one of my cherished moments. And then I was like, she's like, I have to go talk to my kids. And I was like, oh, okay. And then she went and proceeded to have a very long discussion with Connor. Or sorry, counterpoints. I don't want to mislabel them. At which point I said, sure, I'll do a follow up. She wanted to have a follow-up specifically with Destiny, which they're friends now, so I didn't think that was going to be a fair.
You don't like Destiny, obviously. You thought Destiny.
Well, I just didn't think that would be a fair and unbiased moderator, at least. At which point,
how about us? Would we be fair and unbiased moderators? I mean, I feel like.
Let me add the second part. She said, "I want to have a discussion with you in person." At which point, I was like, "I don't really
okay,
yeah." I didn't have an interest in that. Is that a fault of mine? Is that the gotcha?
Well, didn't she? I mean, I think you're leaving something out here.
Sure.
She wanted to have a talk with you in person because I think you lived in the same city at the time. So it wouldn't have been like you had to get on an airplane and fly.
Oh yeah, no, it wasn't a transportation thing. Right. I just don't have an interest.
It would be like meet me down at the coffee shop and we'll do this live.
I didn't have an interest in that.
Okay. So
if you think that's running from it, then I mean,
I'm more interested in the logistics. I mean, because the conspiracy was that
Lance, I did go face to face with Tim Pool. I mean, what is stopping you?
That's true. Yeah.
Hey, Matt,
TV1 now.
Matt went into the lion's
It was like
den.
a 4, 5, 6 on 1 too.
Yeah,
what
Matt
the heck?
went into the beanie's den, and you won't even talk to like 5'1", however tall she is, Lauren Southern in a coffee shop.
Oh, I don't think Lauren Southern is going to like bring some like far right organization in front of me, or I don't think she's going to show up and all of a sudden.
She's gonna come with her guns. What are you talking about?
Yeah, no, I'm not worried about that. No, I was genuinely pressing for us just to have that one-on-one like on a stream, which she didn't want to do. She thought I was going to ambush her, or she thought I was going to be bad faith or duplicitous or whatever that is.
If we can set something up, will you promise? Will you swear on a stack of Bibles not to be bad faith and not to try to be like a total?
I don't know what you mean by that.
No, wait.
As in, like, I can't bring up things of the past, or I can't talk about that kind of stuff.
Well, you keep bringing it up and running out the door. I mean,
stop.
Okay.
If we moderate a debate between you and Lauren Southern, you can be as bad faith as you want. Okay. I'm not going to put any restrictions on that. Okay. You go fucking buck wild.
Okay.
Would you be interested?
Is that the dot?
That is a much tougher pitch to Lauren Southern, but okay, knock yourself out.
I feel like we could both be, well, maybe me. I feel like I could be. No, Adam is the world's best moderator. Okay.
Yes, of course.
If you want to host it is one thing. Why does there need to be a moderator? That's the thing. I don't talk over other people. I'm not known on the internet for being some kind of debate bro asshole who speaks over, like, doesn't allow them to get their points.
This is Lance. This is so weird. Lance, this is like Jekyll and Hyde. Like I've seen the Mr. Hyde. Okay. You're not fooling anyone.
Be like a threat. Genuinely, is that the reason Sargon refused to debate me? Because if we're
I have no idea.
Adam, you reached out to me and you emailed me saying, "Hey, would you debate Sargon of Akkad on my channel?"
Right.
And I said, "Fuck yes." And then nothing came from that. What's the
story
behind that?
I think I forgot to ask him. I never really even asked him.
Is that true?
Yes.
I'm having trouble believing this.
We can ask him if you want.
Actually.
Yes, definitely. Yeah,
I know that
Short Fat Otaku. Follow up.
Short Fat Otaku.
I can ask him. Sure, I will. I'll totally ask him.
I would also talk to Short Fat Otaku, but like great. That's one of those situations where I'm like, what exactly happened there? Because that's something.
Well, no, Lance, I reached out to you. I did. I never talked to Sargon about it, and I just never brought it up. And I don't. It's like I don't. It was not because I didn't want to host a debate with you. It slipped my mind. I never even really thought about it. So.
Oh, okay. All right,
so
fair enough.
Logistically, what I'm curious about, okay, because the conspiracy was that you told the moderator that you were going to have this like speech before you gave it. Okay, is that true?
Is that a conspiracy theory?
That's a conspiracy, yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
God.
we've had Dylan on.
Dylan's been on the show.
You guys
we forgot to ask him though.
You guys need more spicy conspiracy theories. That's the big conspiracy theory.
That is the big. Listen, we're boring centrists.
Come on.
Okay, we don't.
Okay,
we don't deal in alien space.
YouTube drama, Matt.
Let me ask actually this because right now it's sort of like we're talking. This is like
very insular
YouTube
drama.
creator insider stuff.
Yeah, I know.
What do you guys define as yourselves being centrists? How do you?
Wait. I'll answer that question. But wait, but
he wants to answer.
That's a clear denial that no, you did not tell Dylan Burns beforehand that you were gonna ream Lauren.
Oh, 100%. No. And the reason I did, like, people got mad at me afterwards because they're like, Lance, why wouldn't you just brought that stuff up during the course of the debate? And personally, for me, I thought like doing so, I would have people saying like, why don't you stick on the topic? Lance refuses to talk about the topics at hand. He won't talk about what they're debating. He's only talking about personal shit with Lauren Southern. So it's like, okay, fine. I'm not going to go along that road because I thought that's how people would respond to it. And I want to bring it up at the end so that I can provoke it into us having a broader conversation about those issues. That was the reason. I did not at any time tell Dylan Burns.
There you go. We have it on record.
Okay. Yeah, enough.
Let the record show.
Let the record show. I did not tell Dylan Burns
that Lance claims to be innocent.
No, I don't claim to be innocent. I claim that Dylan Burns is innocent. I'm 100% the person who did that.
There you go. Okay.
Matt wants to know about centrism.
Yeah. What was the question?
Well, I don't want to know. I know about centrism. I want about you guys define as being centrist or your centrism.
Well, I think we might disagree on that.
I think we do because.
Okay, so you go first, Sish.
Well, no, you go first, Adam.
Okay, well,
you.
So centrism for me is more like independent. It's like someone who is not affiliated with a party and tries to look at each issue and come to the conclusion of what's going to be best for America and them and their family. You kind of you're kind of forced to do this utilitarian thing on every single issue. So sometimes that will leave you siding with the conservatives. Sometimes it'll leave you siding with the progressives. So, and everyone usually gets mad when you side with one of them. But
what's something? Give me something you side with on the left and something you side with on the right in terms of policy.
Well, I'm pro-choice, which is obviously a left-wing position, but I'm also pro-gun, which is I'm pro-Second Amendment. So, and that's a right-wing position. So
gun is kind of a lefty thing too. You know that, right?
No, it's
rifle association.
I would say it's no.
It's a liberal.
I think he's correct in terms of current day. But under the Second Amendment,
nuclear weapons. You should be able to arm your 67 Mustang convertible with a rocket launcher.
There are people on the right who think that. Honestly, that's
I'm not like a gun person that I have a bunch of guns myself. Like I'm not stocked. I do have some weapons, but so I mean I would not say that I'm the Tim Pool level of Second Amendment. So, but there's a gun debate going on right now that I don't necessarily know the particulars of. The part that bugs me is the people on the left often want to put a lot of expensive permits on getting weapons that prevent people of lower income of getting weapons, when generally they're the ones that live in neighborhoods where there's long response times and need a weapon to protect themselves at home. So,
well, I think those permits are mainly for assault weapons. I don't think I've heard anything like that for your basic handgun or something like that. But again, I don't, if you're for some sort of common, restrictions that like, there should be like a universal background check system that like enables people who are, who shouldn't have a weapon, they shouldn't be able to get one, but then people who should be allowed to have a weapon should be able to access them. Then I don't think that's so much a right wing only position. Again, if you were just like anti-restrictions altogether, I would say so. But I think the vast majority of Americans, including the majority of, well, I can't say the majority, but I would say maybe half or a little bit less than half of Republicans think there should be at least some basic restrictions that enable, people who aren't mentally able to, or people under the age of like, I don't know, 18 or I don't know, 21 or whatever the current age it should be.
Is that where they're headed? Are they talking about raising the age to buy like a assault rifle?
That's one of the conversations,
proposals,
because this is something that the shooter in both Buffalo and
oh, it's always young guys. Yeah.
But not only young, they at least the one, I can't remember the one in Buffalo, but the one in Texas openly shared that he did not have access to guns until he turned 18, and that enabled him to go and buy those weapons. So I mean, it's clear that age restrictions actually do work. It kept them out of his hands for this entire time until he turned 18.
I'm not a gun guy, so excuse my ignorance, but does it, like, if he had a bunch of pistols with extended mags versus the, I don't know, whatever gun he had, does that really make a difference in terms of
I don't know. I can't go with that hypothetical, but we do know that the police were very scared of him with his assault weapons, and that's the reason why they did not intervene and left those kids in there with him for an hour so that he had time to kill 21 people in there.
Right.
Again, I don't, if he was in there for an hour and a half with handguns, he probably could have done the same damage in an hour and a half. But I assume that he could have done a lot more with the assault weapons, and that he thought the cops were like hot on his tail or some shit like that. And that's why he hunkered down in that room where he basically stayed in there with all those kids he killed for so long. He thought they were ready to, like, he was like awaiting them to come in, and they were scared of him.
J-Mac in the chat mentions that the Vegas shooter was in his 40s, 50s, and the guy in California, in Southern California, I think he was a church shooter, was in his 60s, which I hadn't thought about that. So
yeah, right. But I mean, it is mostly young people, and when you talk about school shootings in particular, we're not seeing 40 and 60-year-old people go into a school usually.
Right. Yeah, and you're just talking about limiting the number of these, obviously. So.
Yes. Define assault. Yeah. Well, listen, I don't think anyone here is conflating assault weapon with automatic weapon, right?
Right. Yeah,
I was actually kind of curious.
A lot of people really, I mean, they like the terminology of
right.
guns.
Well, I mean, I know the official. I believe the official definition of assault weapon is just a gun that can have more than one attachment. I think it's kind of being used to describe, I guess, what is considered a modern rifle or a modern hunting rifle. And I know that there's, supposedly, I'm not gun guys, I don't know, but I know that I think the rifles are supposed to fire bullets faster than a pistol, and I'm not sure exactly how that breaks down in these sort of mass shooting situations. I mean, obviously with the Vegas shooters,
I just want to ask the two of you.
Can we talk about a topic though that we know more about? So just so
sure.
Are you guys big?
I want to ask one thing. Let me ask just one quick thing. Can I just ask Adam? I'm just curious because you said you're a Second Amendment guy, you're a gun guy. I just want to know, would you be okay with the idea of a firearms license program, so that in order to own or buy guns, you need to take a gun safety course?
Okay, wait a minute.
Lance, this is exactly
I have to address
what I brought up.
Okay, because I guess people in the chat think they know what assault weapon means and don't. Okay. The definition of assault weapon comes from the assault weapons ban, and that was the official definition. So any other definition you're operating under is not a legal definition, and I don't know what you're talking about.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So they wanted to say, but listen, Lance, this is exactly what I brought up. Okay. And I can't remember what the study was, but I had read some study that was talking about these expensive gun classes that you have to take, and all these hoops that you have to jump through. Okay. If you're living in the hood and you're trying to keep your family safe because there's gangsters running around shooting up the neighborhood and the police don't respond for an hour and a half, you need a gun. but you don't have a lot of money because you're working at Walmart. So you don't have the money to take these expensive classes and do these expensive permits. So you're just basically making a situation where rich people can still afford to get their firearms, and there's still as many guns out there, but the people who really need them for home protection.
Right. So what about a taxpayer subsidized program? Doesn't cost anything to you. It's paid out by, just like any other social program.
Right.
And
so you want me, if we can tax Canada for this program and you're paying the tax. Yeah.
I was going to say, because as the only
I feel like we should
on this panel,
do you
that is a program that we have here, right? Canada has you need a firearms license to be able to purchase a firearm. You got to
do you think that the guy who wants to protect his family and the police response times are an hour and a half, do you think he should be able to own a firearm? I'm curious.
I'm not saying he shouldn't. I'm not against people's private ownership of guns.
Have you ever lived in a bad neighborhood where police response times
I have. I did.
Shitty?
I lived in Flatbush in New York. I didn't actually feel unsafe, unlike a lot of what the stereotypes are for those kind of areas. And you can point whatever thing you want at that. But I do want to say that, I don't think, even if you have a situation which you want people to have firearms, then the proposition should be that they have a government subsidized program where they can get a gun license and firearm, and it costs nothing. But then it's the same situation, right? They will have access. The people who need them can get them. The people who want them for protection can get them. But it also teaches them good gun safety. And on top of that, you can have sufficient background checks for people who have a variety of different reasons not to be able to access a gun.
Even aside from the fact that there are shootings, I mean, there's a large portion. I mean, I could get statistics if you want actual data, but there's a large number, a significant number of kids who find their parents' guns and kill themselves playing around with the gun. I mean, there should be some sort of basic training that comes along with owning a firearm.
Yeah, no, I think, obviously. There are people who live in bad neighborhoods that their kids get killed by gangsters shooting through the wall and hitting their kids. So it's like, you gotta.
But aren't the vast majority, I think almost half of gun deaths, suicides? That is the bigger cause of gun shooting fatalities.
Suicide is it? People, I can't believe we're here debating a topic that I've read next to nothing on. Why are you trying to? Why are you trying?
This is your topic.
Why are you trying to convince us on guns? He asked me, can we have another? What's another?
Let me ask another, because I think we've established that you are for some restrictions of some sort. Which again, there are a lot of people on the left who aren't for a complete ban of people owning weapons. They just think there should be some sort of restrictions to keep to make sure the people who do have access are on the up and up.
First of all, I'm not anti-regulation. I think there should the economy should be regulated.
So again, what is this right wing? Give me a right wing position of yours.
Listen. Okay, so now Matt, I've got myself in a position here where Matt Binder is going to go back to his audience and accuse me of being
a lefty,
a fake right winger.
Yes.
No, I'm actually interested. Because I think I know what it is. But I want you to get to it.
Well, no, because your definition, Adam, of being a centrist, it doesn't say you have left or right wing positions. You're saying you don't look at things through the tribal lens, and you evaluate each
and he's enlightened
issue
at all times.
Exactly. So what are some right wing positions that maybe I buy into? If it's so, I mean, if this conversation can't move forward without me copying to a right wing.
I wonder if
I'm just trying to understand what your centrism is. That's all. I'm not trying to do a gotcha or anything, but you said that you have positions you agree with the left on, positions you agree with the right on.
I am pro marriage.
Adam is anti-CRT. He's anti-ideology. He's pro marriage. He's pro nuclear family. He's pro a lot of the things that have now been considered right. And I guess you can make the argument that maybe the left has shifted on that. But
see, that's a weird. What I don't get pro nuclear. I don't understand. What is that position? I mean, I don't know anyone.
That was that was part of BLM's was anti the nuclear family in their stated website.
I don't know BLM, the organization, as
right.
I don't know all their for me, Black Lives police injustice against Black people.
Now repeat what you said, Matt.
I was saying for me, BLM was just a broader movement of police brutality and injustice against Black people. An organization to me especially one that I myself have issues with based on legit reporting I've read. I don't agree with fully
about
either.
buying mansions. Yes.
Yes.
Right.
But you know, I mean, what is pro? What is pro? I mean, I do you got? I mean, I got 2 kids. We're a family of 4 living under one house. I consider myself on the left. I mean, I'm not a right winger because I got a family.
No, it seems like when we talk to
I
a
like
lot of
hearing
right-wingers,
that. Will you talk to Vosh about this?
it seems like when we talk to a lot of right-wingers, they have this idea that there should be a societal pressure that pushes people towards getting married and having children and sort of establishing this sort of, the nuclear family setup, which the left seems to be more wishy-washy on whether that should exist via pressure or not.
I have a problem with both. I mean, I've had we've on the majority port, when I'm on the majority port, we've had callers, call in saying how they don't want to have kids because of the climate scenario or whatever. Right. And I'm against that as well. I think good. I think both scenarios are pretty stupid, honestly. I think
look, you're a right winger. You're a centrist.
Because I think in this sense, adults should do what they want. If you're an adult who wants to have kids, and your partner wants to have kids, then you should fucking go out and have kids. If you're an adult who's with a partner, or you're single and you never want to have kids, then you should never have kids. This is something that's should be up to an individual. If you're forcing couples to have kids, what you're going to end up with are couples who treat those kids like shit. And apparently, if you're a right winger, you're supposed to love kids of all lives matter, right? Doesn't sound like a kid's going to grow up in a healthy family that doesn't want them. And in the same scenario, if you're if you're a leftist who wants to have kids, if you're doesn't matter if you're LGBTQ and want to adopt, I don't care. If you want to have kids and you're going to bring them up and take care of them and love them, then you should fucking have kids. Who cares about what other people think?
Sure.
I'm ready to start singing the Star Spangled Banner. I mean, are you American, Matt?
I'm hell yeah.
Okay, good. That's what I want to hear. See, that's another thing.
Dirty Canadian.
That's another thing. Here. That's any. I
apologize.
Any hint
I apologize.
Of
Thank you, as you should.
Yeah, I apologize for my Canadian.
So, are you Sowie? So, I don't even can't say it right.
Sowie? Yeah,
I'm Sowie.
Thank you.
Ubu. Yeah.
Well, it's just even any level of hell yeah, America. Sometimes on the left seems like a naughty thing to do.
That's true. Well, let me ask you a question, Matt. If someone basically feels that the left has gone on, because I feel like this is where a lot of the Tim Pool disaffected liberals kind of feel like they're coming from, is that they're like, well, I don't know if I could associate with like a classically Republican, like 90s Republican political position, but they feel like, well, I'm anti-CRT, I'm anti, gender ideology, that
to me is like shooting yourself in the foot to spite your face or some shit like that.
Well, I'm not saying that they become Republican. I'm saying that then they say, well, I'm not. I feel like I'm nothing. I feel like I'm in the middle here.
Can I ask what you mean by anti-CRT too?
I think I just want to put this all into one basket. Actually, I don't think it even matters. Honestly, I think the whole idea that someone is for leftist policy, they want universal health care, or they say they do. They want affordable or free public college. Again, I know that could go either way depending on where you are in the spectrum. That's not, I know there are even liberals who don't think that should happen, but shit lib's gonna shit lib. But like if you actually are for all these like things that are going to be beneficial for everybody, for like the working man and working woman, but like woke ideology, the fact that like you need to just like realize that people of color have certain things in this country a little bit harder than you, or that you need to if you want to respect treat a trans person with respect, you just need to identify their gender based on how they identify. Then I mean, like, what are you doing to yourself? Like, that's to me the lamest of lame. Like, healthcare for all or having to use they them shouldn't be that fucking difficult, honestly. I mean, it really shouldn't. So, I mean, you should really look within if you claim to be someone who's for these policy positions and think like, can I live without affordable health care? or do I prefer to die in debt because I can't afford healthcare? Even if I like have healthcare, but my insurance decides not to cover something, because I just don't want to respect the trans person, or I think the Democrats or like the democratic socialists respect trans people a little bit too much, or like the whole like idea that like, oh, how dare you think that like there's such a thing as white privilege, so I'm gonna like not vote for policy positions that are without a doubt going to make my life better. Like it's the most lamest sort of excuse I can possibly think of. Like just at least like just say the like
so you calling that a lame excuse, I think really belittles your political people who might vote for you in a way that pushes them away from voting for you.
I mean, it's pretty. I mean, I don't know how you even get through to those people, because it seems pretty simple to me that like.
Well, you don't offend their sensibilities. You don't call. But I mean, you're basically calling them stupid.
No, I'm not calling them stupid. I'm saying that they're probably
you're calling them stupid.
No, I think no, I'm really not, because I don't think it comes from a place of stupidity. I think they are quite clear in their beliefs. Honestly, they're just not being truthful to themselves. I mean, if
so, they're lying to themselves. See, Matt, this is like.
No, wait. I think I have a better way of framing this too, because I think one of the things, if you hear like, you'll get these pamphlets, I'm seeing them all over the US, they're coming into Home Depot and stuff, and they talk about concepts like,
what are you doing in our country?
CRT, for example, right? Like the two of you say you have issues with it, or I'm not going to explore that too in depth, but I think the messaging, if you tell people something like white privilege, for example, hey, you all need to recognize that you have white privilege, and because of that you have advantages that, like, you might not realize that you have over other people, and all this kind of stuff. I think a much better way to have explained or tried to convey this is that, guess what, if you're poor and white, shit is going to be hard as fuck. You are going to have a hard life. And guess what? If you're poor and black on top of that, then that's going to be even harder, possibly for a variety of reasons, right? So instead of thinking that like you might have some kind of magical power because you're born white, and people don't really feel that way because they have shitty lives, you don't really win in the hearts and minds of people if you're trying to convey it that way. If you try to explain to them, hey, by the way, you can be poor, white, and have a really hard life, and if you are trans, poor, and black on top of that, it'll be an even harder life. Everyone fucking struggles. We're all struggling under the current system. That's, in my opinion, a better way to explain.
The answer is socialism, right?
Well, I think
you guys heard me earlier. I don't even think we need to jump that far. Like, I'm just asking for some basic things.
Matt's like, no, you don't need socialism here.
Because I hate these. Like, I hate these sort of hypothetical, and I said this on other shows too, I don't like these hypothetical or philosophical sort of debates where we talk about like political theory and shit like that, and like where we would be if we lived in our utopia. If you're a libertarian and you live in like, I don't know, a fucking like Ron Paul paradise, or if you're a socialist, you live in like, it doesn't, I don't.
I'm with you.
Again,
you're a pragmatist. I like that. Yeah.
Yes. I am. I mean, I am a socialist. I think those are the policies that, but when it comes down to it, I'm not going to like start telling people that we're going to jump right to it, because we just physically, we just literally cannot. It's not doable in the foreseeable future. I just think that we should be able to get on board some of the most very basic things that the rest of the industrialized world has that we just don't. I mean, it just seems pretty simple to me. But we focus in general on these sort of like small bore scenarios, and like that's why I sort of think like it's so like the fact that we spent so long talking about trans rights, like trans rights to me are human rights. So like the idea that we'd even bother like spending so much time on it, like you have a different position, I'm not going to agree with you. I think it's like it's obviously you think I'm the wrong position, I think I think you're the wrong position, but I mean like the idea that like that would be something that you would vote would like sway your vote in a way that would hurt you in terms of not voting for someone who also believes in trans rights because you don't like that they're like too woke or something. I think that's like such a weird thing.
Matt,
wait, well, hold on.
Go ahead. Yes.
Okay. There was a book, I'm trying to remember, maybe you remember, it's called Adams, like Stranger in a Strange Land, or
Robert Heinlein. Why are you bringing that up?
It was some woman who was very much on the left, went to, I think she's a sociologist. She went to like Alabama or Mississippi or something, or West Virginia. It's like a very poor community, and she was trying to understand why these people would basically vote
against their own interests
and vote Republican.
Right.
And she said there's like this deep sense of being forgotten, left behind, or basically she said that they had a sense of like people are standing in line to get what theirs, and then the Democrats, come in and they cut them in line with, minorities or trans people or whatever. And, you can obviously not think that that's happening, but I think Lance is correct in that there's this sense, in the way that a lot of this social issues are broached, that there is this kind of attack on a lot of people's identities or a lot of people's worth, which is kind of interesting considering that's what a lot of the left is kind of focusing on. And I think you're kind of in like your own, like the liberal bubble, not the liberal, I guess the leftist bubble, Matt, because you're fixated primarily on economic issues, which I understand people being fixated on, but lots of people are fixated on a lot of social and cultural issues. And that's what drives them. And I think until you understand that what drives them, then you're not going to be able to get the policy you want passed.
Oh no, I completely agree I completely agree that people, for the most part, because it's I think it's easier for them to get a hold on because it's something they literally face. They see these things every day in their life, these social issues or these sort of cultural issues, whereas it's not so in your face, the economic issues. What I would like to get through to as people is that the economic issues are the ones that affect you and those people who I guess you would see as those affected most by those cultural and social issues. And that something like universal health care, unless it's easiest just to stick with that, because I think that's, that's probably that's an issue that I use to basically guide my primary vote, honestly, in Democratic primaries for decades. But,
Matt, you would not sacrifice your moral principles though on economic issues, right? You'd vote your moral interests first. Like you'd vote your principles first.
Well, I mean, what's your
sometimes be intertwined as well.
But to me, these are all intersectional in the way that those issues that affect people of color, a lot of those issues, those social issues, would be solved by the economic. Universal health care, for example, would be a great boon to not only white people but all people.
And let's try to give a concrete example. Like, what if, I don't know, say there's a party that looked like it was going to win and they're running on universal health care, but also running on like not affirming non-binary gender identities or something, something to that effect.
Then I mean, if your moral guide doesn't put like the health of you and the people you love and their ability to not die in crippling debt first, then I mean we just don't have the same morals. I mean, it seems pretty simple.
What about this for Adam and Sitch? I was curious because like if you look at countries,
whoa, Lance. Sitch and Adam.
No, he got it right.
Oh, okay. Never mind. My deepest apologies. If you look at countries in Scandinavia, for example, that provide huge. Yeah. I'm going to do the Bernie Sanders thing here. Huge welfare system, right? There's an unbelievable support system, both in the medical system, dental, healthcare, on top of which you not only don't have to pay for higher education to become a doctor if you want to do that. They actually pay you. They give you a stipend to be able to go to higher education learning, and all of that is paid through taxation. In that scenario, you have these countries that have incredibly high outcomes of happiness when you rank that in terms of like the countries that have the most satisfaction and stuff like that. Isn't that like an example of something you should try and emulate and take, like what works, what is good about the system? Why can't we take that and try to implement it in the US or Canada and that?
Okay, yeah.
Is that unreasonable?
I mean, I don't think it is. I'm in favor of public option. Go for it.
Yeah.
But would you vote for a candidate who wants to give you universal health care, but also thinks like trans people should be seen as, their gender identity or whatever? I mean, that's...
Well, I mean, that's an easy one. Like you're not even making it difficult.
I mean, for you, right? We were
talking... Well, I'll give you a hard one. Okay. Would I be in favor of a politician who runs on a public option, which I'm in favor of more than universal healthcare, though I guess what the difference is kind of quibbling. But they're also a huge CRT advocate. I don't know if I could vote for them.
Yeah, I don't know if I could vote tough. For them.
How does CRT affect you in your everyday life?
Because CRT is trying to deconstruct liberalism and replace it with like weirdo race Marxism.
Look at
how does that? But how does that? How does that affect? You're walking down the street. How does CRT affect you?
Lance.
If we don't live in a liberal society, what do you mean?
No, I'm confused because we're talking about a higher level education program that's taught in law school. I don't see how.
No.
Let's put it this way.
Lance is seized on the conspiracy theory.
Let's put it this way. You wake up tomorrow. God forbid, something horrible happens. You go
Kimberly Crenshaw becomes president.
Oh my God, Sitch, why?
I know.
I was going with another direction. You wake up and you're extremely sick and ill. You go to the doctor. You're diagnosed with something your insurance isn't going to cover. You voted for the guy who was anti-CRT and anti-universal health care. How does that help you? Now give me a scenario. Give me a scenario where that anti-CRT guy who's also anti-universal health care helps you. Give me a.
I'll give you the inverse. The inverse would be, I wake up sick in the CRT America dystopian future, and they're like, listen, okay, we're going to calculate, I know you can't afford medical insurance, so we're going to calculate based on your group identity what your position in line is.
That's not what CRT is, though. What are you talking about? I mean,
CRT is. Well, you don't know this.
Well, we do
CRT,
know it. It's taught in school.
No.
I mean, it's taught in higher education, like in universities and shit.
Okay. CRT
didn't they do that with vaccine?
Wait.
I think they did. Go ahead.
Stop. CRT is explicitly stated by them the idea that the liberal and conservative civil rights movement was wrong, and that we need to move back towards the leftist civil rights movement, or the leftist position during the civil rights movement, and adhere to a more race consciousness approach, which they define as Black nationalism and Black separatism. Okay, that's what CRT is. It's the idea that white supremacy is inherently baked into our liberal democracy and liberalism itself.
I mean, how would you listen, I'm not going to get into a whole CRT debate with you, but how would you argue that, for example, that the system, do you think the police tend to be more biased against Black people than white people?
I mean, I don't think that's borne out in the shooting statistics. No.
Do you think?
And Black people use drugs at the same rate, but then Black people will have a much higher rate of incarceration, of arrest, of stop and frisk.
Do you think
it's basically reflective of how society itself?
Well, I mean, you understand that you've basically you're gonna open a Pandora's box here.
Yeah.
Example.
Gish galloping. Let's stick it.
Well, no, it's not gish galloping. I'm just saying
we are sticking.
It's just you've added another hour to the conversation if you want to delve into police statistics.
But
that is start talking about CRT.
But that is what CRT is basically saying, that there are inherent systems in the U.S. judicial system that were created in such a way that are inherently biased against people of color, specifically Black people. And I mean, that is when you're 1 foot in the pool and the CRT people want to suck you in. That is what they're focused on. That's not what CRT is.
They want to trick them into being socialists.
No, CRT is the idea that liberalism will not produce a racially equitable society.
If you have someone who's telling you that CRT and or anything in general is about trying to make people feel ashamed for being white, or trying to tell them that time is racist, or any of those kind of things, that is not what CRT is, and that is also absurd and ludicrous. There should be no program in place that tells people that babies are inherently racist if they're white or shit like that. That shit is weird as hell.
You guys should take
if there's a sociological analysis of society, broadly speaking, if it's hey, let's look at the way the structure of American society or any society works.
Do I have to get the quote?
Get the quotes out. Bring out the quotes.
We the four of us should all together take a CRT class and see if they unveil the secret CRT. I mean, because
look, Lance won't even go down to the coffee shop to talk to a cute girl. He's not going to take. He's not going to take some class with.
Well, her being cute is also another moral. Moral issue, but let's oh
no.
I hope I'm helping your donuts, by the way. I hope they're coming in fast and furious.
Let's no, but seriously, I mean, this isn't a secret. This is being taught in class.
This isn't a secret.
You guys should take.
You're talking. Wait. How much CRT literature have you read?
How much CRT literature I've read?
Yes.
I mean, I haven't read as much. Sure, but I mean, if you're, but have you taken this course? that you're saying.
No, I haven't taken this course.
But
I have read Kimberly Crenshaw's her work, the key writings that form the movement for CRT.
All right.
I have read that.
All
yes. Right. And it's right in the introduction. This is all very clearly put out right in the introduction, which I can read to you right now if you want. We
could come back to this another time maybe, and we could get a little bit more into it.
We'll have a CRT conversation.
People would love to have a CRT debate, and I mean, you guys could share sources ahead of time, and it would be, I mean, it'd be a lot of fun. You guys are basically just giving us, and we know, we know the talking points from the mainstream media. So, which, you know, they're the talking points, not much deeper than that.
Before we get into literature, I just want to say I think there's a big thing basically where people will try to push forward this narrative that this is what I think CRT is and this is how we're going to label it, and that's when you get those things with Ted Cruz talking about the race of babies and white people being inherently racist and all that kind of stuff. But I think just if you wanted to have a conversation related to either CRT or the way that society itself operates, I don't think it's inherently either racist or disparaging to be there are definitely differences that we see within different groupings, which we know to be artificial because there's no such thing as race, right? We know that race is
there's
kind of thing.
I think it's naive to think that people are not that in the CRT community, there seems to be a stereotype that all white people are racist, that you can't
that's not part of CRT itself, though. There might be people
misinterpreting.
Hold on.
It's baked into the philosophy of CRT, though.
What's baked into the philosophy of CRT is not that biologically all white people are racist. It's
inadvertently racist.
I said fact of the matter. If you have someone who's telling you inherently all white people are racist, or that you should feel racist, or you are
let me just
all that shit is ridiculous. That's not what CRT is about.
Let me just clarify.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. CRT does not say that all white people are inherently racist. CRT says that we live in an inherently racist society, and that because of that, the cultures based around, mainstream normative cultures are also inherently racist. And if you participate in those cultures and you reinforce those cultures, then you are essentially reinforcing systemic racism.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I understand, but the low resolution version is all white people are racist.
No, that's not but there's certainly aspects that examples in society, even culturally, which seems to be very relevant to your audience in terms of how you guys have been approaching this, I assume, that really sort of bears that out. No, I mean, the idea that I don't know, whenever a traditionally white cast suddenly introduces a black character, all of a sudden that's seen as woke ideology or diversity hire. I mean, if that
you mean
that
thought a role process that's based off of something?
No, not even. Just just look at, I guess the recent thing is Star Wars or something. Obi-Wan Kenobi, the new Obi-Wan Kenobi show or some shit. I haven't watched it, but from what I read, apparently there's some sort of outrage over there being this black actress who was cast in the show. She's not taking the place of a white character, it's a new character, and they're upset because they claim that character's role in the hierarchy of Star Wars world couldn't be black. I mean, based on what?
I don't know about this. I don't know about this.
But you don't need to know about it, right? The idea.
Well, I mean, I'm assuming that no one is arguing that doesn't make any sense. I don't think there's a racial hierarchy in the world of Star Wars lore.
But that's not my point. My point is in even a cultural scenario that you keep bringing up in terms of that being someone's judge over a policy position. They should, if their morals align with that cultural issue. I mean, we're talking about a society that views a black person being introduced in a predominantly white, series or whatever, as some sort of diversity hire or wokeism, whatever the fuck that means. I mean, if that doesn't show you that there is an inherently racist sort of viewpoint there. It doesn't mean that someone's like evil. I mean, people who are harassing the actress certainly are bad people. But I mean, just because someone would like question, oh, why is there a black person in this? Doesn't mean they're a bad person on the outright. But the fact that they even question that and view that as like, oh, they must be trying to appeal to like wokeism or leftism instead of it just being, no, they wanted to cast someone who is black, or that this actress just happened to be the perfect person for that role and she just happens to be black. I mean, but we have a large portion of society that views this completely differently as to what I just described in that latter scenario. They view it as wokeism or something. I mean, I don't know how you don't view that.
I understand what you're saying. I mean, this was actually literally my first YouTube video like a million years ago. And the problem is, like, you know, we can use the new Star Wars as an example. I mean, I don't remember really anyone complaining that Mace Windu was black in Star Wars whatsoever. And I don't remember in like a lot of movies in the early 2000s, in the 90s, you know, there was a lot of, you know,
Beverly Hills Cop.
Yeah, you know, black people in lots of movies and all this other shit, you know, that they were put in there for diversity reasons, or put in there because they were, you know, the best actors for the role. I don't really remember people complaining about that. I think what's going on right now, I mean, obviously there are some people that are probably really racist, but I think most of it is that when you have a character, especially like, you know, a recast of a character based on some property that exists, and they put a black or a non-white actor for a white, you know, what was historically a white role, it's not the replacement that annoys people. It's that to them, it's a signal that, oh, this is an example of the woke crowd getting their way, more so than the actual replacement saying, oh, okay, this means that they're gaining a larger foothold in the culture. And I think that's really what sets people off.
Well, there is a tokenism.
Doesn't that sort of also bolster what I'm saying and what you're
no, because you're saying
CRT.
It's based off of racial animus. No, I'm saying it's not. It's based off of a political ideology, obviously saying that this political ideology that I disagree with is gaining more prominence and mainstream appeal.
What's the political? What is the political ideology in like a black person or black people gaining more cultural prominence in like what? Maybe I missed.
Honestly, I'll answer the question.
That's not the CRT ideology,
right? Well, I'll answer the question. But people in the chat are saying that people were mad at her because apparently, I don't know, people didn't like her or something, or people didn't like her character in the show, like the way her character was, and then Disney accused them of being racist because they didn't like her character. I don't know. I didn't watch the show, but I didn't even know it was out yet.
Either. But yeah, I would say that would be a weird thing to have happen.
We have to go into like CRT has this philosophy though that, you know, the institutions have this thing called whiteness, and that white people can never vote against their self-interest or be magnanimous, which, I mean, that position does kind of paint all of white people as fundamentally racist. I mean, I guess that's
true. And there definitely
there's no way around that.
There is an aspect of CRT that kind of, I forget the language they use exactly, that kind of means that being black is more than your skin color, but like having some kind of authentic black experience that you live by, where you sort of push against whatever the white mainstream culture is. I mean, that's definitely part of CRT. And how
about talking about, you know, or philosophy or anything like that? How about asking questions like, what is the median median wealth of a white family versus a black family?
This is where you're having two completely different conversations.
Trying to figure out why that happens.
And I agree. And I think that one is way more tangible because and Matt keeps bringing towards this as well. We care more about like the everyday lives of people, right? So how are they going to?
Okay, but let me answer that question.
Improving the lives of everything.
That's a great question.
Okay, so here's the question. What's the median?
We have to, lay that out, Sitch.
A white family and a black family.
Right. This is the issue. This is the issue, is that a lot of people
are you going to answer the question first?
No, hold on. Just let's Sitch.
I am going to answer the question. I want to answer that question.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to answer the more important aspect of that question, because I think it has more to do with redlining and property values.
I totally agree.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay. But where do you think
So go ahead.
Where does that come from?
That obviously came from past racism. I would never deny historical racism.
Right, but you don't,
okay,
you don't
or
think,
even
the
remnants
still,
of racism manifesting in the system currently nowadays.
Right.
Racism is evil.
The issue I have with CRT lands and the problem is that a lot of shit that I don't like and that other people don't like is snuck under that question that you just gave. If it was just an economic question and people said, if a bunch of Democratic politicians were standing up saying, I think we need to address these economic issues, but when I look into, the ideology and philosophy of CRT, it's fucking crazy. So we're not going to focus on that. Then I would have no problem. But that's not what's happening. What's happening is that this stuff all gets swept under the single banner.
Let him finish. Come on, one at a time, guys.
All this stuff gets swept under the single banner, and it kind of becomes like this defund the police situation where different groups mean it in different ways, and everyone's carrying water and running interference with each other, and it becomes a big fucking mess. Instead of just saying, listen, we don't agree with this crazy shit, but let's pick out something we do and just focus on this one issue or two issues.
Right. But I don't know anyone running on a CRT platform or the hidden underlying messages of CRT. Like when we talk about injustice, we are talking about those things that you just mentioned that you seem to have agreed with, that there are at the very least remnants of a racist system that still affect people of color.
I think most people agree with that. They just disagree on what to do about it.
Well,
and
I would say
Ben Shapiro agrees on that, doesn't he?
They are teaching these concepts in public schools, so you can't deny that they're teaching like whiteness.
But the history of how CRT kind of was like started to pull into the mainstream culture. Like that was done by a very specific individual who started talking about it on Fox News.
Well, but he's reacting. Wait a minute, he's reacting to what was happening now.
He is, but he's reacting to a program again. And I know this is the first version of CRT, and I know your chat like despises when I talk about this, but this was originally in like law school, and that was just basically them observing. Like a lot of this has to do with them observing the way society itself works, not trying to tell certain groups, by the way, you're racist, or by the way, you are inherently racist because you are upholding these kind of systems, or something like that, right?
That's not quite accurate. but to answer Matt's question before that, which is to say, how is this manifesting? It was manifesting all these anti-CRT bills. This would have been a perfect chance for the Democrats to say, to read these bills and say, these bills don't even mention CRT. They're mostly innocuous. If these bills were brought forward in the 60s, Martin Luther King Jr. would be doing backflips because everything here reads like something out of the civil rights era. And we're just going to sign off on this. And then, maybe we'll castigate the Republicans for not focusing on something important. But they didn't do that. They pushed back and said, you are racist for trying to pass these bills.
What are you talking about? The anti-CRT bills?
The anti-CRT bills, right.
Right. But we know that those bills are so broad that in some scenarios, they literally even banned the discussion of Martin Luther King Jr. in schools. I've seen some of the I can't pull up the one right now that I saw that was so broad that MLK Jr.'s own words would be brought up.
Right. I know. Yeah, because I know what you're talking about. Basically, what happened was after George Floyd, it wasn't even related to CRT ban. It was after George Floyd, a school implemented a new, some kind of racial diversity knowledge program where they added a bunch of books. I don't know if they changed any of the classes. They just had like a bunch of books available in the library based around racial diversity issues. And some parents complained about some of the books. And so the school district basically just removed all of the books that they implemented and said, we're going to do a full manual review of all these books. And then they never got around to it. And then an article comes out and says, well, one of those books that was removed from the library was a Martin Luther King Jr. book. Therefore, vis-a-vis, they've banned a Martin Luther King Jr. because of some anti-CRT law, which is not quite, or not even really what happened in the situation.
Would you agree that CRT is descriptive and not prescriptive?
No, it's a critical theory. How is definitionally prescriptive?
So I think that's where the disconnect comes from, because I think what Chris Rufo did when he started bringing CRT into the mainstream and talking about this
Mhm.
is that rather look at it from something that analyzes society broadly and being like, this is basically what we see as the results of these systems in place. It starts to become something in which people think they're trying to impose some kind of new, I don't know, societal guide based on that. That's where it became a cultural issue rather than something that was simply used for analysis.
It's a Lance. You're a socialist, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a critical theory. Critical theories, by definition, are prescriptive. They're about trying to change society in some prescriptive way.
Yeah. Don't you remember Marx? The point is not
Well, not
to...
Marx. It was
give me the Marx quote. I'm curious.
Is it Engels? That's Engels?
No, not Engels. What was the critical theory?
I'd like to hear either. Give me the Marx
what's
quote.
what's the fucking? I'm blanking on that. Who's the critical theory guy?
The point is not to understand society, but to change it. That's Marx. Yeah.
No. It begins with an M.
Well, anyway, hey guys, we've been streaming.
I was about to say.
Wait, I gotta get this guy.
hours.
Max Horkheimer. Thank you, Max Horkheimer, of the Frankfurt School of Critical Theory.
This has been a
big thing.
This has been an interesting discussion. You did not win us over to the socialism position. Thank you for trying.
I know I wasn't tempted to do that at all.
He said he wasn't.
If
obviously
Lance told me that was the point, I would have said, peace, I'm not doing this.
I did not tell him that was the point. I was curious though. Did we at least move you a little bit in terms of the groomer stuff and libs of TikTok at least?
I mean,
we don't call people groomers.
That was my position.
No, I know you don't. But I'm just curious. Broadly speaking, did you like
Lance? You've been calling people Nazis, homophobes, transphobes, racist for the last 5 years. I mean, people are going to call you a groomer, man. You kind of made this bet. Like, what do you want from me?
Wait, are you doing the exact thing towards me right now?
What do you mean?
No, but I don't care. I don't care if people are calling Lance a groomer. I'm talking about.
Thanks, Matt.
I'm talking about
partner. High five.
No, but I don't care. I don't care if people call me a groomer either. It literally means nothing to me. I don't give a shit.
Okay, well that's a good attitude right there.
I've had that word thrown at me a bazillion times throughout the last couple of years. Trust me, I know all about it.
Way worse.
What my issue is when these attacks are directed towards powerless people in the LGBTQ community, used to harass them when they have no support system. They're not used to this stuff like perhaps me or Lance is, nor do they want to be used to this stuff like I guess me and Lance have to become or became. And people really do. This stuff gets to them and it hurts them in a way that like. I'm not talking about
if someone is okay groomering somebody who's obviously got mental problems and teetering on the edge, I do not condone that in any way, shape, or form, right? But if somebody is okay groomering AOC, I mean, she's a public figure. What the hell?
I don't care. No, I don't care about that's not. Okay. No, if that's what you thought this was about, no, not at all. I don't care about that.
Okay,
shit.
well,
I'm talking about.
As long as we're making that distinction, then sounds like we're both in agreement.
I'm talking about targeted hurt. Here, let me give you an example. It was maybe this is a good way to wrap up. I'm not going to say I'm going to get the last word, but like I'll wrap up on my end, then you guys could take it from there. After the shooting in Texas. I read an interview with one of the teachers who basically gave this, and I've heard this from so many teachers, the same line of thought. They asked her like what was going through her mind, and she said something like, this isn't verbatim. This is like the general sense of what she said. She said like, general sense of what she was asked, excuse me, because this is what she said. She said, these are my kids. That's how I view them. I view them as my children. They're not my students. They're my children. And so I immediately went into like the mode of parent, like defend them, take care of them, do what I can to make sure, because as a teacher, I view them as my children. And I've heard that from so many teachers. So many teachers are with their kids, their students, so many hours a day, teaching them, getting to know them, that they do view them in a sense as like almost their own children. And that Libs of TikTok account, and I've seen this from many other right-wingers too, I've seen them attack LGBTQ teachers for saying that same exact thing on like TikTok or whatever when talking about their students. Like, you know, I view these as my kids, and if their parents don't accept them as who they are, if they come out to their parents, then I let them know that I accept them, and I view you as my child. Same exact thought process, same exact thing. They would never think of attacking that Texas teacher for treating those students as her own. Yet they attack that LGBTQ teacher for treating her students as her own. And they call her a groomer for that, or they call him a groomer for that. I think that's a clear disconnect. No better example of how that word is used specifically to go after LGBTQ people, specifically LGBTQ educators too. And I mean, I think it's wrong. I think it's horrible. And I think someone who chooses to do what, in my estimation, is one of the hardest jobs on the planet, teaching, and treat their kids that good. I mean, those are the teachers who kids grow up and say, like, they changed the trajectory of my life for the better. Those are good teachers. And to see them smeared and attacked that way when they're not public figures, they're not asking for it. I think it's horrible. I really do.
I mean, I think the difference I would see is that there's a difference between like a teacher saying she's trying to like physically prevent the children from getting shot or something, where the problem that people have with the teachers generally that are on the Libs of TikTok account is that they believe that the teacher is trying to sort of indoctrinate the child with some idea about gender and sex and social constructionism and all this other stuff, which the parents don't believe in. And they're like, listen, I send my child to public school to learn about, reading, writing, arithmetic and sort of like general knowledge and not, political things that I don't agree in.
That's
where the disagreement comes from.
That's such like a weird belief though. Like I don't like if like
why is that weird?
No, like the idea that like kids would be indoctrinated into becoming gay or lesbian or something. Like I mean
that's not
well, I think that's
his
true.
belief.
Yeah. I think that's true for gay and
think.
lesbian. I don't think that's true for non-binary, and I do think there's going to be a wave of trans regret going forward in the future.
A wave of what? I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Trans regret.
Oh,
in the future.
I mean,
I think it's a little different than being gay.
Matt, if you had an extremely right-wing teacher that was concerned for the eternal soul of the children and wanted to indoctrinate them into the religion of Christianity, like they really believed in their heart that this kid or their family
burn in hell
for all eternity.
It's actually really funny you bring up the scenario because I was a Catholic school kid. I was very religious, actually. I was brought up that way. I was an altar boy for many years. I was an altar server. Let me tell you, nothing pushed me away actually than those very same teachings. I mean, I learned more about the Catholic religion based on what I was taught.
But I'm assuming you would be against that in a public school setting. If a teacher,
well, that's because
this is not a Catholic school, this is a public school where the teacher is taking it, of their own volition because of their personal belief to teach these children that they need to accept Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior. Otherwise, they're going to burn in hell.
No, I think if a kid is being mocked or attacked for being a Christian in their public school, that teacher should, without a doubt, stand up for that kid and stand up for that kid's ability to be a Christian. I mean,
I don't think anyone's denying that.
Well, but that's what these discussions about LGBTQ students are. It's kids who.
Not really.
I mean, then what do you think? Like, I don't understand what you think is happening.
It's about trying to teach kids about that there's this separation between gender and sex and gender identity and all this other stuff to young children.
I mean, to me, it's more
not about preventing them from.
I don't think. Weird with my sound where every now and then you guys just cut out for me. I'm sorry. You're back now.
So I would say I don't think anyone has a problem with a teacher preventing bullying. I don't think that's what's being referred to in these situations.
Right. But that's not the only thing though. They're just teaching also that to be accepting of people who like, listen, if the idea that like you learning about this stuff turns you into it, then I should be the gayest motherfucker on the planet. I mean, seriously, but it's just not true.
I thought you went to Catholic school.
It's just not true. Well, I also was taught
neither one of us
be very accepting of people of all sexual orientation, all gender. I mean,
right, but again, I don't have a problem with anyone learning saying you should be accepting of people.
But that's what it is, though. It's about just learning about.
That's not what the genderbread person is, or the gender unicorn. That's not what any of these conversations about gender identity are.
I mean, it's just in my, this is just gonna be something we disagree because it's how you interpret it and how I interpret it. But what I see is that we are in a place where society, at least in the school system, is saying, listen, there are LGBTQ people that you are going to come across in your life. Some of them are your classmates. This is who they are. This is what they are. And we should be understanding and accepting of them. That's all I view it. I mean, if you're not LGBTQ, if you weren't born that way, I mean, I don't see how you end up walking out of any of that saying you are.
Why can't we just teach that we should be accepting of everyone and, let the details work themselves out.
Of course, but there's no anti-straight movement or anything like that though. So that's inherited.
What Adam is saying is, instead of trying to fixate on something specific, just say, don't judge people on, their biology or their race or their gender or whatever.
Kids
just leave it at that. Why do you have to get into a breakdown of
broadly speaking,
do you
breaking
guys,
gender down and away from sex and
do you
adding
guys,
all this other complicated stuff?
Do you guys have kids? I mean, kids are generally very curious. My son asks me the most random, amazing things all the time. I don't just say, just be accepting of it. Just, it is what it is. Everyone's equal. No, I explain to him what it is he's asking. I explain to him.
Yeah, but there's nothing wrong with a teacher saying, ask your parent that, right? If a kid says, what happens after you, if a kid asks their teacher, what happens after you die? I don't think the teacher should be answering that question.
I think it's fine.
Ask your mom.
I think it's fine.
Really?
That's something that none of us know. It's kind of like, we don't know what happens when you die, but we know that there are stable families when there are two dads. There's stable families when there are two moms. That's not a problem,
I
right?
fundamentally disagree with you. If a child asks their public school teacher what happens when you die, they should not give an answer. They should say, ask your parents.
I didn't say anything in the opposite direction. I said we don't know the answer to both. That is something that is unanswered. That's something that's unanswerable.
Well, not if someone's religious.
Is a family with two dads or two moms stable? Yes. Is it a healthy environment? Yes. That's very different. That's one thing no one knows the answer to versus something that we know the answer to.
That's the thing. Like we don't know what those kids are going to go home
to. I don't think
teachers
should be derogatory against LGBT people, if that's what you're asking. Obviously that's
no, that's not what I was. No. But I just, again, you're viewing it completely differently than me. I just, that's how I view it. I mean, and that's it's a win. It's a win if we can at least understand each other's perspectives. A lot of these conversations take place and nobody really even understands the other.
I don't think that. So. I think Matt is viewing this in a very narrow lens of acceptance, which necessitates an explanation of whatever the thing is. And I don't think that's required whatsoever. And I think it's totally fine for parents not to want their children to learn about, gender, LGBT issues in class, besides the teacher saying, don't bully and be a bigot.
I mean, then it's very simple. If you don't want your kid being taught these things, I mean, there's other options. I mean, if you're a religious person, you don't send your kid to public school and demand they get taught Judaism or Islam or
why should they be demanded to be taught like a political ideology?
In a public school where the least,
there's a difference between answering a question, right? Like,
I don't view it as
I know you don't view it, but wait,
okay? There are people who can't afford private school.
What do you feel about
would it be easier, since you don't view the gender identity stuff as a political ideology, would you view the CRT stuff as a political ideology?
That's not taught to children though.
They
talk about systemic racism to children, Lance. They talk about white privilege and all this other stuff.
My child,
I don't know this about the American education system, but in elementary school or in kindergarten, they talk about systemic racism. Like that's the thing.
I didn't know. No,
that.
It wasn't you, Matt. It was with Daryl Davis when Tim Pool brought out the whiteness contract chart that they were teaching to, I think like 8 or 9 year old kids, like some school districts being sued because there are these school books for little kids that are teaching them about how whiteness is bad, and they use the whiteness has all this systemic implications.
There's no textbook saying
it's not. No, it's not a textbook. It's like a book made for kids.
There's nothing saying whiteness is bad though.
There's
adding some real color commentary.
No. There's wait. You understand when they say whiteness? You understand
kindergarten
they have like a very specific. What did you say?
I'm saying they're being taught in kindergarten or in elementary school in the U.S. that whiteness is bad. Like that's part of the curriculum.
Yeah, in some places, yes.
Where?
I'll have to bring. I think it was in Virginia or something. I'm trying to remember. I don't remember where it was. At least here's your favorite, Christopher Rufo. At least 25 public school districts in 12 states are now teaching the book "Not My Idea," a book that claims whiteness is the devil, luring children with the promise of stolen land and stolen riches. Critical race theory is driving public education.
That sounds like the right-wing description, colorful description of it. That's the book's actual like summarized like flap summary. Like
it says, well, I don't know what the summarized flap is. The page that everyone points to is, it says on one page, whiteness is a bad deal. It always was. And then on the next page, it has a picture of a contract with a devil tail and money coming out of it. And it says, contract binding you to whiteness. You get stolen land, stolen riches, stolen favors. Whiteness gets to mess endlessly with the lives of your friends, neighbors, loved ones, and all fellow humans of color. Your soul, sign below.
Those people sound horrible.
It's okay. So this book's new to me, but I just looked it up, and this book says it's about a kid seeing TV news coverage about things happening and whether or not they
can
feel
give you
safe.
the picture.
And then they visit their aunt and uncle, where the TV is always on, and they show their response to rally and police shooting. And this is being taught as a curriculum.
Apparently, I mean, according to Christopher Rufo, and according to a lawsuit,
but wait,
I'll give you a Reddit link in the Zoom chat if you want to look at the picture I'm talking about. But
sure,
this is in the book.
I've got the book before me right now. It doesn't teach that whiteness is bad.
It has this page in it. What do you mean? Contract
says
binding you to whiteness.
But there's
don't sign that contract. It sounds like
But hold on, there's like 13,000 school districts in the U.S. Like, how many of them are being taught this as part of the curriculum? A, and then B, does
what's the different question?
Distinctly teach white kids to be ashamed of themselves? I don't think that's the purpose of this book.
Let's say there's only one student where they're shaming people out of being gay. Does that make it okay?
Wait. Before we talk about what the purpose of the book is, you would agree that what I read to you and looking at this picture is pretty yikesy and shouldn't be taught to elementary school kids or really any public school kids.
Okay, wait, let me find the link to the picture. You said you put in the chat?
In Zoom, if you see where it says more, there's like 3 little dots. Yeah. And you click it and it'll say chat and it'll open a little new window and there's a little link that I think you can click on. It brings up the picture.
Ooh, this is very yikesy. That's what you guys say, right?
Yes.
I want to speak.
I don't want to talk too much about a book I haven't read, but I mean, I'm looking at more pages.
I'm curious. I want to see this.
It says there's also pages that say racism was not your idea. You don't need to defend it. You can bring your curiosity to learn about it and see what is true. You know, racism was not your idea. It's very specifically not blaming the child for.
No, of course.
Yeah,
I never said that. Yeah, but it's associating whiteness with a lot of like pretty fucking racialized, crazy ideas, isn't it?
Contract binding. Looking at this.
All right, guys. Adam's getting tired.
I'll check out this book. All right.
Look it up. I forget. I think it's either Virginia or
I want to learn more about this book. I want to learn more about how it's being taught in schools for sure. I
mean, we're getting closer here. So it wasn't a total failure, right? I mean,
would you agree we almost ended racism with this conversation?
We did. You know what? I'm so glad you brought that up.
We
almost ended. We were on the precipice of ending racism and we just couldn't quite do it.
I feel like if we all how about this? Let's focus on building more houses, getting the cost of housing down so young people can actually afford to own a home.
There you go.
I'm shocked that 4 white guys got into a room together and we didn't end up talking about Leif Erikson. I'm really surprised. I could not believe this was possible.
Listen, you bigot. Okay, I have no Swede or Norwegian or whatever the fuck relationship that he has. I'm a half Russian Romanian or something. Okay, and all 100% American.
Yeah.
Right.
Get out of here with that Leif Erikson shit.
Right. All right, guys.
So
this was interesting. I thought there were definitely sections that were.
Fuck.
Before
we go, wait.
Oh, go ahead. Sure.
I have 3 super important questions to ask you guys.
No, they're cringy, guys. Get ready.
Three. Okay. They better be 3 really short questions because
they are short. Okay. Number 1, are owls birds?
Are owls birds? Yes.
Yeah. I honestly don't know.
They got wings,
yes,
right?
Yes,
They
we
got
have one.
wings.
I don't know.
They got wings.
Yeah,
You're killing
I would
me.
assume yes. My guess would be
Okay.
yes.
Good.
Okay.
If I'm about to like fucking take a huge L here, I'll accept.
No,
it.
If you have to copy,
You
Matt,
almost
that's
did,
fine.
Lance, but no, you're correct. Owls are in fact
Okay.
birds. Okay.
Nice.
Number
Didn't take an L.
2.
Sweet.
Do you think that you could take a horse-sized duck in a fight?
A horse-sized duck?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's take? Just survive or take
Like,
him
could you?
out?
No. Could you defeat?
No.
Could you kill a horse?
You're gonna have this horse-sized duck for dinner.
There's Canadian geese all over the place here. They're vicious as fuck. They'll fuck you up. I do not
Look
think
at this.
if they
A
were, like,
realist.
horse-sized. Yeah. No,
I would say I
go
cannot
for it.
either. Yeah.
Wow,
go
you
for it.
guys.
Yeah.
You guys are all pussies. Okay. I could take that fucking horse-sized duck easy. You just knock out his. It's got hollow
Wait, do it-
bones. You just knock out his legs.
He's lying.
Do-
He's lying.
Do I get some
Crazy.
guns or what?
And that's it.
with-
Thanks.
no,
Guns?
your hands.
Can I have an AR-15 or something?
Adam doesn't want me to ask the third question.
Because it's like a pornography question.
Do you want to ask?
so-
You want to answer a question about pornography?
Go. I don't care. Go ahead.
Okay. When you
Okay.
when you watch porn,
If you watch porn,
If you
obviously
watch porn,
Matt is a
okay.
good Catholic boy.
There you go.
I have seen
I'm not
porn.
anymore.
I have seen at least one
Okay.
porn. Yeah.
Okay, we've got
Okay.
that they have seen porn. Do you
One
view
porn.
it like voyeuristically, like these are people that you're watching have sex, or do you imagine that you're like in it and you're kind of putting your point of view into the scene?
No,
Depends on the
no,
porn.
no, not. I'm not doing like my own VR shit. No.
No, I understand. No, listen. Okay, I'm not saying that you literally put like a VR goggles on. You understand that?
No,
I'm saying
I
that
know,
conceptually.
I know. You look at
Okay.
it like you're viewing actors and actresses. That's how I view it. at
You
least.
so you do view it like you're looking at actors and actresses.
Yeah.
Okay, and Lance,
Okay.
what did you say?
Depends on the porn. Depends on the scene. Maybe I'm enjoying it from a distance, or maybe I'm POVing. Yeah.
Wow,
Really?
okay, interesting.
Oh,
okay.
wow, okay.
Interesting. Okay, well there you go. See, people don't realize how different people's perceptions of porn are. So I just find it
Lance,
fascinating.
you view yourself as the stepbrother?
Oh my god.
Who knew the most brutal takedown would come from your flank?
Yeah.
He just
Ouch.
fucking
How does he walk
SU'd you
away
in the
from that one?
back.
Ouch.
God,
Ouch.
holy shit.
Okay. That was good. That was good.
Oh,
You're
There, you got some
officially
memes out of
funnier
it.
than
You got
you're
some-
officially funnier than Dave Rubin, Matt.
look, that's a very
Oh, that's a low bar.
Come
Come on, y'all got
to
to admit that's a low bar. That's
Yeah.
like bottom barrel bar.
Listen,
Come on.
don't feel bad, okay? Don't feel bad, Lance. I feel I'm the stepbrother too. Anyways, thank you. This was a great conversation, and I'm glad
Yeah.
I asked the most pertinent questions at the end. I think it really shows people what's important here.
Now we take the streams down because we stream for a long time, but we're going to clip this out obviously and post it on our channel. So you guys are welcome to post it too if you feel so inclined. So
Man, sounds good.
Well, yeah. Thanks for
All
the
right.
the debate. Was
Yeah.
fun.
thanks for reaching out, Lance. We'll
Thanks for
talk
coming
again.
on.
No
It was
problem.
fun.
All
We'll
right.
do it
Oh,
again.
and tell me
We'll
about
do it
Sargon of
again.
Akkad. What's happening with that?
We'll ask
I
Carl
will
if he
I
wants
will
to
ask
debate.
him. I will
Okay.
officially ask him. If
Okay.
I forget, remind me and I will ask him. So
All right, sounds good.
take care, guys.
I'll make sure he does it. Okay. I'll hold
Okay.
Sure you will.
All right.
it. See you later.
Peace.
Peace.
All right, folks. Give me a second to get the feed ready here, and I will bring myself up and we'll do a little post talk. Maybe I'll take some calls too. Give me a second. Oh, I don't have my green screen up. I forgot about it. Let's see. Yeah, I thought that was interesting. Lance from the Surf set it up. I actually was not familiar with Adam and oh my god, what does he go by? Sitch. I had seen a few clips. I thought there were parts of the conversation I could do without. I didn't think there were, like, I hated that trans discussion early on because I just think there's nothing debatable about that. I'm sorry. I mean, seems pretty simple from my viewpoint. There's nothing debatable about trans people being who they say they are and who they were born as and who they feel like they are. It's just a non-debatable aspect. But there were other parts of the discussion I thought were interesting when I tried to get them to sort of nail down their centrism. And I thought the CRT discussion, the early portion of it, was very eye-opening, actually, because I think we went somewhere that I was trying to I wanted to get at, but yeah, I mean, listen, I thought they were in good faith, and I came in this at good faith, and I thought, yeah, again, I think if you take out the transgender portion of that discussion, I think the whole thing was a little bit better than I did not I didn't really like that section of the discussion, to be quite honest. Yeah, the CRT thing to me. Listen, I thought that was important because I thought something came out of that. I don't think anything came out of the trans part of that discussion. Listen, you know what I say. You talk to people to get them to sort of share their positions, to reach their audience. If just one person in their audience comes over and gives you a listen, certainly worth it. But yeah. Let me open up the Skype. Oh, I think Lance wanted to do a post. Let me pull up Skype. I know people were saying in the chat, I saw some people saying, oh no, after the Tim Pool discussion, Matt's a debate bro now, second in a row. I mean, this isn't the second in a row. And Lance came with this to me before I even went on Tim Pool's show. This date was scheduled before I went on Tim Pool's show. No, listen, I really do want to have more discussions with people on the right, or who don't consider themselves to be on the left. That doesn't mean I'm a debate me bro person, because the show is still primarily going to be, the usual interviews and discussions I have. Just want to change it up a little bit every now and then, Let's go to Skype and see if Lance is on there. Oh my God, I can't remember my password to get into Skype. Here we are. And let me find... Oh my God. Where is it? Here we go. I just messaged him on Skype. No, listen, I think there are actual results that come out of these discussions and debates sometimes. I'm not interested in doing a debate where it's just like 3 or 4 hours, like, how some of the YouTuber debates are, where it's just like, just get on the biggest, most incendiary person you could think of, just because, no. I mean, if you have an actual, if you're going at it to talk about something specifically or whatever, then fine. But I actually thought there were a number of interesting moments in this discussion. And I don't know where Lance is, so I'm going to actually just open the normal phone lines. You can call into this show at Doomed Live. I'll do like maybe 30 minutes. Not the usual, because we went on already for, 3 hours. I'll do like 30 minutes. I'll open the phone lines. Feel free to share with me whatever you'd like. Haters, lovers. Let's do this. Doomed Live on Skype. Feel free to call in. Oh, Grim wants to call in. I know Grim wasn't a fan. Let's do it, Grim. Free to call in. Hey, Grim, what's up? You were on the air.
Well. How lucky I am. Good evening.
I know
Matt.
you weren't feeling it, my friend. I know you weren't. I was worried about you for a second. I asked you to. I believe my exact words to you were, "Please take a drink of water and chill," because you were getting a little bit too hyped up. I was worried about your health.
You know, I actually don't want to get too deep into it, but as someone who, as I said before, I have a partner who's struggling with their own mental health, and hearing them opine about gender dysphoria and whatever could have been more furious. Anyway, I absolutely do not want to even at all discuss what just happened.
Sure, go ahead. No, listen, like I said, I thought, I sort of, if you rewatch it, I think I became pretty disengaged from that certain section of the discussion. I thought everything after that was actually very interesting for the most part. I could have gone without that part of the discussion. Same thing happened on the Tim Pool show when I wanted to talk with him about a bunch of things, and he just kept coming back to the abortion debate well after. And I think I think the abortion discussion is a little bit. You could do a little bit more on that than on the trans rights issue. But he even stuck on it way too long to the point where it got pointless. That's how I felt about that the transgender section. It became pointless very quick, and I'm glad we did eventually move on from it.
Just a way for them to find some manner to counter virtue signal, as if they are somehow the enlightened centrists, when in reality they were just laundering alt-right bullshit and fucking clown world crap, and then trying to make you have to agree with them.
I think, and I want to stress, I'm not 100% sure, but I think one of them was an Andrew Yang guy, which makes it very much more interesting. Yeah.
That's as the kids say, sus. Again, there actually were a few things that totally unrelated to all of this that I did want to opine about. But one thing just really quickly, that whole CRT thing about black separatism and black nationalism, that's just them trying to create some cockamamie false equivalency. When if we all want to talk about history, the guy who fucking injected that shit into the public discourse 2 years ago specifically was gloating on Twitter saying, I'm doing this to be a fucking racist and to create a counter narrative against the abysmal lynching of George Floyd.
Right.
Pure and simple.
Right. And I know, but I think the CRT discussion, I know it enraged you, but I think unlike the transgender portion of the discussion, I think getting their their opinion down on the CRT stuff was actually very interesting. And I know, I think it's interesting because I think it's important to gain that, because it's not the same. The CRT thing, we know or we understand sort of what Rufo's thing was or is still, because he's again still open about it, and that's why I think it's interesting to hear that being transmitted out from someone who's taking it in that way. Whereas the trans stuff is there's nothing interesting in that at all. There's nothing that I took out of that. I probably next time if we went in that direction, I would probably demand that we just move on because it would be pointless.
It's interesting in the sense that it exposes what they believe, but what they believe is fundamentally repugnant. There is a pathologizing and medicalizing and frankly dehumanizing of trans people. That was also, to add another ism there, or ising, whatever, it was also infantilizing of trans people. And it's despicable. I don't think those are people I would ever communicate with in good faith.
But here is the thing about the transgender. I think with the transgender discussion, I do think it's a pointless debate, I guess, to use a word, because there's nothing there in terms of debate. But I do think nationally, when it comes to a good portion of the country, that is the belief system. Like I
Well,
do think we are that far. I do truly think like we are that far in terms of like
yeah,
the general
that
public discourse on trans rights. I do. So maybe if you look at it in that aspect, it's
I mean, I would point it back to blood libel. That's really what this all goes back to. It's all just another manifestation of this QAnon bullshit. That's where all the groomer sort of talk comes from. Is because they want to be able to say, they're trying to get to committing acts of violence against queer and trans people, and it being more acceptable to commit acts of violence against queer and trans people. That's why you create a panic like this.
Listen, I do think there were sections of the conversation that were actually, the thing to me was very interesting, and I do think there's a lot of people who think this way, and just, I don't care if you call it biased or what. I just think it's bizarre. I don't really care. The idea that like you would admit that you're for universal health care, but also come out and say you wouldn't vote for someone who would get you to that if they like believed in CRT or supported CRT. It's just I can't comprehend it. I can't comprehend it.
They're disingenuous. They're liars. They're playing their four-dimensional games where they are not where they're trying to make these various, one might say, nationalist, socialist compromises, give you away, and which, I mean, even referring to the Nordic countries, which are not super friendly to minorities, doesn't really help.
Right.
Hello.
Oh, we got Lance in here now. Awesome. So I'm taking some calls, Lance, right now, and Grim is on the line. Grim was very frustrated in the chat. I was seeing him get very frustrated. He was a little bit mad at you for making it even happen.
Me specifically?
He was a little bit mad at you, yes, for making it happen, if I recall. Right, Grim?
Yeah, I don't think that was a useful use of our time. I don't think.
But I was explaining to Grim that I do think the one, I don't know if you'll agree here, Lance, but I felt like it was for the most part, if I could do that whole thing and just cut out that a little bit way too long transgender debate portion, I would be much more happy. I think it was just that part was not everything else I enjoyed. Let's put it that way. That part wasn't very fruitful in discussion.
It's once again one of those conversations where it's four cis dudes, four white dudes, all talking about race and gender.
Yes.
Yep.
Well, no, I think the CRT one. I think the CRT discussion was fine in the way it was discussed because it was being discussed in the broader sense of how it's being basically, disseminated. I mean, we know where he's getting that from. It's not. It's like the Chris Rufo. I mean, what Grim said basically before you joined the call. It's the Chris Rufo openly explaining what his strategy is, and it seems to be working.
Again, and that's because I think you're engaging people who don't ever intend to engage in good faith, because it's a kind of theater to them. And more importantly, I fundamentally just, as I've said before in past episodes, I don't believe you can have debate with people between whom you do not have a roughly equivalent worldview. Because then you're going to be debating about whether or not the sky is blue. And
I guess my pushback there would be, Grim, is that I think there is, broadly speaking, a large problem, maybe not unique to the left. I think this happens with a lot of different groups where we don't often escape our bubbles. We don't often talk to, other groups to see exactly where exactly they are. What is their view on a whole bunch of different topics, right? So whether or not it's with centrists, as was the case with these individuals, or it's like the right, the left is fine kind of sometimes posturing as if they have the right answers to everything, or posturing as if they think they are correct on a lot of issues, where they don't actually have a pulse broadly speaking, on like what the majority of either the electorate or a large amount of the populace feels. I don't know if you want to call them normies or however else you want to approach it from that perspective.
No, I definitely see what you're saying, but I guess for me, I don't think that directly engaging does anything but platform and instead give at least the veneer that you think these are people are credible and willing to engage in good faith.
No, I disagree with that. I disagree with that. I mean, platforming, their audience is actually bigger than mine. So I mean, that's definitely not platforming there. Also,
they had more viewers. They had about 1K, so they had more viewers than both of us combined at the time.
I don't think it's a matter.
No, I think it is. I think it is.
To me, it's not a matter of are they bigger or smaller. It's are you saying these people are worth my time?
No, I think they are. I think they are definitely worth the time, especially if they have a large audience like that, who. Frankly, my viewpoint on all this is always, if you could just reach one person, or even, I mean, you don't have to get. I mean, I don't care about the how it ends with the person on the other end of the discussion. I'm not out to change their mind and convince them otherwise. I think it's pointless. I don't care about that. What I care about is the audience. Even stupid little things like the most smallest of like comments. If that brings someone over to like, oh, this person, I view them as like someone I could possibly watch. Maybe I don't agree with them all the time, but they seem cool, they seem interesting, and just bring them over and let them hear what we espouse and believe and discuss, then I think that's totally worth it 100% of the time, every single time. I mean, hell, I was just to see what the reaction was after that little comment I gave to Lance at the end there. I mean, it humanized me to their audience, and their audience was fucking laughing it up. And if one of them is like, "All right, I'm gonna check this guy out now because that was fucking funny."
To be fair, it's because they hate me.
Well, so I'm gonna use that to my advantage. I'm gonna use that to my advantage as well, to be honest.
I'll throw you under the bus, Lance, as long as it helps me out.
I mean, listen, if there's one person who comes over,
I think one of the biggest problems is that, broadly speaking, if I stay inside an echo chamber and we continuously just talk about these kind of issues from leftist perspective, there's not really going to be any kind of exploration of ideas or thoughts. I, for one, didn't know, broadly speaking, that, say, centrist or liberals had this kind of conflation between the trans experience and also being vilified as a right-winger, and that's something they genuinely wanted to put forward as not only an argument, but something that isn't, like, on its surface, ridiculous. I
don't believe that was done in good faith. I just don't.
Oh, by them? Yeah, but yeah. I would argue, even if it's not.
I actually think there were portions where they were actually maybe there were portions where they weren't, obviously for the sake of them trying to win a segment of the discussion. But I think generally, I actually thought they were acting in fairly good faith. To be fair, I really do.
Beliefs. I felt that too. Yeah. I didn't think they were saying that's a meme. They were kind of pointing out when they were doing the kind of Pepe memes, Keck kind of stuff. I think if they genuinely believe that the same credence should be given towards people who want to identify as whatever gender they are, as people who want to identify as any political party as they are, then that is something that needs to be we have to find a good way to find the proper messaging in order to bridge that gap. Because if there is not even, like, to me, it's more important if hundreds of thousands of conservatives stop thinking that, or hundreds of thousands of conservatives stop trying to enact legislation that is directly going to impact the lives of trans people based on the fact that they feel that this false equivalency or false conflation actually is correct.
I don't think we can reach people directly across the political spectrum. I think we have a better use of our time activating people who aren't already politically activated.
No. But here's the thing. I'm not trying to reach their right wing. Like, I generally believe that they aren't. I think they are. I don't think they're disingenuous like others are. But I do believe that they have a audience that isn't fully. Again, it's probably like 90%, and that's probably generous. 90% right wing. But based on some of the things they were saying, I genuinely believe that there are people who have found that channel and watch their show and enjoy the show who aren't full right wingers. they are, they probably, I would say for us, genuinely are towards the right wing of the spectrum. I think there's no argument there. But I think for a broader audience who listens to some of their positions that they even said to me and Lance, they weren't full bore, like, far right wingers. Like, they obviously partook in the wokeism bullshit that's a right wing shit. That's right wing shit. But like, there were other areas where they weren't full on. And I think there is an audience out there who finds these channels, and people who are not completely engaged watch these channels as their news. And if you reach that portion of the audience and just get one person to say, let me check out something else, totally worth it. 100% of the time, every time.
That I don't entirely agree with, because I think there is a very sincere risk of them muddying the waters for people in that process.
There's nobody watching my channel that listened to them, any of their points, and said, I agree with them, unless it was something that I also agreed with them on. There's no one. If I had a huge channel with maybe 1 million subs, maybe I'd be more mindful of a broader audience I have. But I know my audience. It's fairly left. And there's nobody who listened to that discussion and walked away disagreeing with me and going over to their channel and saying I'm not on the left anymore.
I'm not saying that, but I'm concerned about the extent to which this could act as an initiation for de-radicalization. And frankly, I can't really. My assumption is that they were hiding their power levels.
I mean, they have Sargon of Akkad on, so I mean, obviously.
Okay,
but
people. I mean, the guy with the glasses, like, clearly his profile pic is somebody with a Hitler Youth haircut.
Wait, what? I don't know that I didn't catch.
Okay. That was an undercut with the hair swept back.
Right. So I think what I'm gathering is you're trying to label them as like far right reactionaries rather than centrists or something like that.
Listen, I don't think centrist is a very generous term, but I also don't think they are. I also don't think they're like, it's not like me and Lance just sat down with Lauren Southern's brothers or something like that.
No, but I mean, their rhetoric isn't the kind of rhetoric that actually normie centrist would have. That's the rhetoric of people who are highly online and highly engaged in politics as sport.
All right, Grim, I appreciate the criticism and discussion. That's why I've engaged, but I got a lot of people on the line, so I do have to let you go. We discussed, but no, listen. The reason I took your call is because I knew you had these criticisms, and I think those certainly important to discuss. And I take what you say very seriously. I always keep this stuff in mind when I decide to do these things, and I think they are. I thought they were completely. I thought it went well altogether, honestly. And I would talk with them again. All right, thanks for the call, though, Grim.
Absolutely. Take care. Good night.
Peace.
Bye.
All right, let's.
Are you doing full load? Are you in the middle of like a call-in show? I can drop out. I'm not.
No. I think it's good that you join in if you want to be part of that discussion. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hold on, I got to bring you back on. Oh, I just cut you out by accident. I think I have to do this every time. My bad. This gets a little bit weird, but we can do this. I like it like this, honestly. Let me just wait for Lance to come back on. He's coming on right now. Hey, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
This dude has always been a human hemorrhoid. I first saw this guy when he was heavily against Gamergate on Sam Cedar's show.
Oh, who?
You.
Oh, I was like, what's going on here? I was lost for a second. I was like, who are you talking about?
I'm reading you a comment from the temple.
Lance is back on. All right. So I hung up on you by accident, Lance. My bad.
No, I had to join a second call to do it.
Yeah, I know. That might be what I have to do. I'm not sure, but I think it's interesting to have you on too if you want to be part of it.
I like being part of things. I want to be a part of it.
Cool. So what would you like to talk about, Zoe?
This was asinine, honestly. Just
I understand your point of view on this. Trust me, that's the part that yes. I think you heard me already on that section of the discussion.
Yeah, I know. It just feels like it. Okay, it's just the thing. Oh right, I'm Zoe from Montreal. Hello.
Bonjour, comment ça va?
Ça va, toi?
Oh my God, what the fuck have I done here? This is horrible. Both of you stop immediately.
Yeah, the thing about just political that wow, I'm losing my words. The way he tried to like make misgendering and political belief be like one thing, it made me want to like hit my head on the wall. And it's like such a dumb thing to say. I'm sorry. Just
no, I really understand where you're coming from, and you know, this is like I said. There, I do think there were points. Well, the last part of that discussion got to me. There were points that I think were interesting. None of that was in that specific part of the discussion, and that I'm not happy with how that part went. Honestly, I think it was way too long too. That part of the discussion, I didn't like that area, and next time I would probably shut it down or move on much faster.
Yeah, it's just. I mean, it reminds me. It was the same with like on Tim Pool, but honestly, it's hard for me to say, but. Tim Pool was more bearable.
I could see because they did there is something to him just being straight up about that stuff, and it was weird to see him straight up about that stuff. But I would say he actually showed his true self when talking with me more so than he's ever shown on his own show before. Honestly. I think you're right. I think the two guys tonight were on that portion of the discussion especially they were I don't know how to explain it. But I feel you.
Yeah. But also
again that go thanks for the call, Zoe. Oh, you had one more thing? Go ahead.
Yeah, I have more Tim Pool comments.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
That I gathered for you. I like this one. Honestly, the entire episode reminded me of the idea that people with lower IQs don't understand hypothetical. Example, if you didn't eat breakfast today, how would you feel? But I did eat. No, but what if you didn't? But I did. Edit, found the context in which the idea came about. If you click on the context, it's from r/green text, and it's a screenshot from 4chan.
Oh,
so.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I really don't care if they think I'm dumb because I can't, or I decide not to engage in hypotheticals. I mean, it's just.
I know.
I mean, it's fine. It's fine if you want to engage in like a hypothetical here and there just to try to drive home a point. But when every single discussion you have ends up in a hypothetical because you can't discuss the merits of the reality of the situation, then it becomes pointless. I don't think that, to be fair, I don't think that happened so much tonight. I thought tonight, basically, again, other than that section that everyone knows I had a problem with, I felt like it was a discussion about the actual reality of the situation, with maybe there were a hypothetical or two. But yeah, on Pool's show, it was just literally hypothetical after hypothetical. I mean, it's just like, let them, I hope they think I'm so dumb that I cannot engage in hypotheticals, so we never have to do hypotheticals when I'm on the show again. Like, I hope that's what happens. But Zoe, thank you so much.
You can engage in high-level ideas.
Yes, I can't engage in high-level ideas. Keep it really dumb for me, and let's talk about what people actually go through. Thank you, Zoe. Always a pleasure talking with you. Have a great night.
Merci. Au revoir.
Okay.
Au revoir. À bientôt.
À bientôt.
No. Hello. Hello.
People actually go.
Hello.
Hey, I just lost Lance again. Unbelievable. I can't get this right. I can't figure out how to do this.
Get it together, Matt.
No, hold on. Let me.
How you doing?
All right, here we go. Oh, I just lost the other guy. Oh no. Lance, you there? Oh boy. I'll figure this out. Oh my god. What am I doing? Let's hang up all these calls. And let me pick up the call of the person who I just hung up on.
Oh, I just lost the other.
Hello?
Hey, Matt.
Hey, yeah. Hey, how are you? I thought I was picking up the call from the guy who I just hung up on. I'm sorry.
No worries.
Can you call right back in? I found his call. I'll talk to you right after I talk with him.
Absolutely can.
Okay, bye. All right, let's. All right, hey, you're back. Let me get Lance back in here. Let me get Lance back in.
How's my audio?
Here.
I think it's really high.
Your
right?
audio is fine actually.
All right, thanks.
I'm gonna keep adding Lance to these calls. He's gonna hate me at the end of this. There was once a way. There you are again. I was saying there was once a way. I haven't done this in a while, but I previously have taken calls with a guest on, and I was able to hang up on a single caller while keeping my guest on. For some reason, I can't figure out how I did that again. So for now, Lance, I'm just gonna have to keep calling you back every call. I'm sorry. We're only gonna do a few of these. So
it's okay. It's okay. It's an absolute pleasure. It's great to be
Skype,
here.
man.
Are you still streaming?
Hey, Lance.
Are you still streaming on your end? Are you still streaming on your end, Lance?
Say what?
Lance, are you still streaming? Are you still streaming on Twitch?
I am. Yeah, you're still live on Twitch.
Oh, cool. And are my callers being heard on your channel as well?
Not only are they being heard, they're being seen. They're on the big screen right now.
Whoa, you guys are getting double attention. Look at that. Hey, what's your name? Where are you calling from, by the way?
Hey, Matt. My name's Joe Payne. I'm from Santa Maria, California. I have a channel of my own called Political Pain. I'm an independent journalist. This is like a ag town in northern Santa Barbara County. If you ever heard of Santa Barbara, that's where bougie motherfuckers like Oprah and Bob Dylan and the Royals live. But this conversation you guys are having, very frustrating and everything to hear it. First I just want to say, big fan of both you guys. I try not to engage in left Twitter more than my sanity will allow. So I don't have track of the things I'm supposed to be angry at you both for, right now. So I apologize for that. Right. I'll
apologize in advance. I'm Canadian, so
yeah. But we don't hold that against you.
I do.
But in Santa Barbara County, California is going to have its primary election on the 7th, and a week from today, and we have this is typical. We have a few local elected offices that are people running unopposed, county supervisors and a few other things. Very low turnout in these types of elections. The county superintendent of schools, however, is facing a challenger. Her name is Susan Salcido. She served in the post for a while. She was mentored by the guy who did it for decades or whatever. And it's a very you could say it's a technocratic position, but really it's an administrative position where they're in charge of shuffling the money around to the different districts and the different schools. Now she's facing a challenger named Christy Lozano. Christy Lozano used to teach at a Santa Barbara school, and she left the school district and did a whole kind of right-wing tour of different conservative media. I believe she was even on Laura Ingraham. And she claimed to have found this password protected Canvas portal that these insidious teachers in Santa Barbara had with basically with some literature that was teaching teachers how to be accepting of LGBTQ plus students. And so she has kind of, sorry, I'm probably peeking on this shitty mic. This isn't my usual setup.
No, you sound good.
Cool, thank you. So it's just one of these things where, you know, and like hearing these guys, this, and I agree, you know, I don't know how I feel anymore about platforming versus not, debates versus don't care really much anymore. But like the fact that these guys I really feel like are engaging in bad faith, you know, your guests were an example of it, where they're doing the, it seems like it's just people want to have a say over what their kids are taught, and you know, all kinds of stuff like that. Or I think another thing that really riled me up was when, you know, like, oh well, Lance, you called people fascists, therefore you should be expected, you know, we're going to call a groomer or whatever. Even though this thing has been a coordinated attack on education, on school, on educators, calling educators groomers. We know since
getting them fired too.
Yeah, getting them fired. But also we know that schools have been the target of right-wing extremist violence since any of us can even remember, right? So this is the thing that gets me is like, you know, if you read the Chris Rufo quote from the New Yorker, where he's just kind of like ticking off the different, he's like, yeah, well, cancel culture, it's a little vacuous, politically correct, outdated, you know, and woke is a bit too, you know, doesn't sound ominous enough. Critical race theory is perfect. It envelops all of them. This thing is a coordinated right-wing bad faith and you know, assault on education, and we're seeing it happen. I'm worried about this election. I haven't been streaming on my channel lately because I'm trying to get a bachelor's degree right now, and it's taken up a lot of my time.
Bad move. Posting should come first, buddy. Posting should come first. What are you doing?
I'm going to a polytechnic to get a humanities.
I have one. It does nothing for you.
Oh, I know. Well, and the idea was to get a teaching credential. I actually decided history because of the late great Michael Brooks, because of how important history is and was in the way he talked. And I never wanted to hear the word ahistorical thrown in my direction if I ever made an argument. But you know, I'm not going to get a teaching credential anymore. I'm not even thinking of attempting to be a public school teacher because I've gone on the internet and I've talked my politics. And, you know, this is an ag valley I live in, you know, there's a lot of rural folk who, even some I'm related to. I drive down the 101, I see 3%er stickers, I see Oath Keeper stickers on the back of trucks. Like, these folks are out here, they're coordinated. Years ago, we had a farm worker housing torched by an arsonist, you know, so like there's like many layers to what this thing that's going on, and I just find a lot of their stuff disingenuous, and I'll just stop talking because I could do it all day.
No, thanks for the call. I really appreciate it. No, I first of all, you know how to, you know, just the fact that you're doing the trajectory of your life was influenced by Michael. I mean, you got me.
Absolutely.
I love you already.
Yeah, I love you too, man. I was watching you know, Majority Report earlier today, and I love it when you're on there. And Lance, I've enjoyed you for a long time.
Thanks.
And
I appreciate it.
yeah, and it's just like a thing where I'm glad that we're pushing against all this shit. But like, I don't know, like this kind of stuff when I hear this. These guys were tripping me out because there was some really insidious stuff that they were doing, you know, like the kind of the trans stuff. It just reminds me of growing up, you know, when it was socially acceptable I had the F slur and the R slur thrown at me like every day of school, you know, and if I wasn't beat up,
high school and elementary school is brutal as fuck.
Yeah, man, and it was rough, and that's not acceptable anymore. There actually has been a move to push against bullying in schools, and they're trying to roll this shit back. You know, but also I wanted to say the trans discussion reminds me of back in the day when people would say homosexuality is a choice, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like
Yeah,
These people are
I mean,
liars, man.
I
And we
said
should
it.
just call them liars.
I said it in the discussion. You know, I think you go 10 years or so down the line, and we're going to be looking back at this discourse right now as how we probably view like the late 2000s or even mid 2000s, like same-sex marriage equality discussions that were going on. Like, it literally feels archaic, some of those the discourse surrounding that time period or on that issue. Like, it sounds batshit crazy. And like, the reason I bring that one up specifically is because that feels modern. Like, we're not talking like, 80s, 90s. We're talking like Obama presidency, Occupy Wall Street's going on. Andrew Cuomo was governor of New York. I mean, we're not talking like a bygone era here. We're talking not that long ago.
Absolutely.
Thanks for the call. Really appreciate it.
You bet. And my channel, if you don't mind, is called Political Pain, Payne. My last name's Payne. So you can find me there. I'd appreciate it.
The URL, say like youtube.com/ the name of the website.
youtube.com/political pain, Payne. Thank you very much.
Ooh,
I do some impressions, and
you had Ben Burgess on recently. It looks like, or 2 months ago. Is that you?
Oh, I had Ben on. Ben had me on his show. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. I do also I do Bad Takes, a movie podcast once in a while with good buddy J. Andrew World, the fantastic artist. I reached out to him to do the artwork for my show.
Big fan.
Yeah.
Big fan.
Oh, look at you had Ravana on too. Look at that. I'm looking through who you had on. That's awesome. Cool.
Yeah, I'm the best kept left tube secret y'all have ever heard of. But I was a big fan of
my
Michael.
chat are saying they like your shit.
Jeez,
Someone's like, I love Bad Takes. It's so good.
I say
Hey,
one or
why,
two.
thank you.
I say one or two nice things, and all of a sudden he thinks he's the best thing. No, I'm joking.
I was on
everyone
This
check
Is
out
Revolution.
I was on This Is Revolution. Come on, buddy, get with that.
Yeah, I know.
Have a great night. Everyone check out Political Pain.
Bad Takes. Thank you, guys.
Take care. Definitely
Thanks.
calling again, by the way. Great call.
Again.
Great call. No, I think I figured it out. Wait, let me try this. This might work.
Oh, we're still talking. We're still here.
Oh, and I'm bringing someone on. I think I figured it out. Hey, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
I'm just gonna give heads up. I've been streaming for 8 hours, so I'm probably gonna raid into you, Matt, after this call or in the middle of this call, just so you know.
Sounds good. Hey, what's your name? Where are you calling from? Hello? I'm going to hang up on you. Call back if it's not working. Oh,
hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Hey, what's up? What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, this is Matt from Las Vegas.
Matt? Oh, nice name. Good name. I like that one. What was you to talk about, Matt from Vegas?
So I was thinking maybe if you guys wouldn't mind maybe speaking on something other than the debate that just went on.
Nope. Yeah. Just want to talk about the debate. No, of course. Whatever you'd like. Go ahead.
All right, cool. All right. So I was just thinking, I sort of have a sort of like a kind of theory here on what the Republican Party is doing with abortion at the moment, and then also with the attack on education and stuff like that.
Oh, your voice gets distorted every now and then. So let's see if you could keep going. If it keeps happening, though, I might have to let you go. But go ahead, go right into it.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah. So just real quick, I just think that not only are they trying to limit voting, but I feel like there is a push for like the abortion, and then the just like the attacks on education and teachers as sort of a way to create new voters, if that makes sense. I feel like people who do not get like a good education and then get straddled in debt, they sort of like have like they sort of live in a stress bubble, and it sort of makes them, it just creates Republican voters, if that makes sense. Whereas the fact that they just don't have time to listen to politics, and so Republicans sort of, then they offer these, well, it's someone else's problem, it's someone else's fault that that you're in this situation when really they're creating that situation. You know, not being able to get an abortion for poor people when they if they can't get an abortion, I mean, that also means that they can't get a higher education, if that makes sense. And I feel like there's not a lot of people sort of talking about that. I feel like there's like not only are they have an active campaign to prevent people from voting, but I feel like they're also trying to create new voters. Voters that are they easily attracted to the Republican Party as long as you keep people, and I know this is going to sound really like insensitive, but as long as you keep people dumb, straddled in debt, with kids they can't afford, and no health care insurance, no education. And yeah, just your thoughts on that.
You want to say something, Lance? I feel like I've been
yeah,
talking
sure.
over you this whole time. Go ahead.
Both of you guys.
Yeah, of course. I think that there is mass alienation happening to people across all spectrums. It doesn't matter if you are a liberal, leftist, a right winger. I'd say broadly speaking, in general, right now, people are having a very time, especially if you're working class. And I think that the right is really good and becoming better at weaponizing the messaging when it comes to this stuff. So billionaires who fund millionaires like Carlson, and they'll get out there on a regular basis and they'll talk about how this is the elites and this is the immigrants, or this is anything. They will scapegoat a whole bunch of different issues, kind of reinforce these ideas with people. And unfortunately, if on the other end, if people aren't going to help them out or meet their needs, then they are going to fall prey to that kind of ideology, because again, it offers easy solution to a problem that is far more complex, which is what really, scares me.
Exactly. And that's, I really agree with that, because I feel like when, as a leftist, when you're trying to explain the systematic problems in our society, it's so hard to explain when there's some people that just want a real quick answer. It's immigration. It's Mexicans are stealing your job. That's why you can't find a job, or the reason the reason why you're suffering is because of a CRT. Like that one guy, I don't really want to bring back the debate. I didn't really care for it too much, but the one guy saying that, CRT is going to make it so that you don't go ahead of someone else because you're white. So we're gonna accept to treat somebody at our hospital because of their race or gender over like a white person, and it just sort of just makes these little easy little solutions that they try to offer, when really the solutions to the problems, the solutions and the problems are so complex, if that makes sense, that you can't get simple answers, and people want these little quick memes to sort of explain away these issues that are really, really complex. And I just feel like with the abortion ban, what's likely going to happen, I just feel like it's their last push to actually create some voters, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I do think we are hearing a I've said this before too. Like it's gonna get bad right now, because this is their, I don't want to say last hurrah, but they see the way the wind is blowing, honestly. And I mean, they've obviously the right has rigged their, through gerrymandering and honestly, and this is one area where the left has really fucked up. They've seen the importance of the state legislatures and other local offices, and they're doing what they can to really get what they want now before it's too late for them, because eventually they will stop winning races. I mean, it's not you could say whatever it is. It's just a simple fact that millennials and Gen Z, and by that is that the term I'm looking for? By that pattern, I should say, it'll probably continue that way, or just getting more and more progressive. It's not changing up. They're not getting more, millennials and Gen Z aren't getting more conservative as time goes on, like the generations who came after them.
Exactly.
So, I mean, they see the way things are going here. I mean, does that mean that like, you know, that there aren't conservative millennials and Gen Z? No, but we're just not seeing the switch over. I mean, one interesting thing is that I've seen recent polling and studies that show that somehow Gen X ended up being more conservative than boomers. I mean, I believe it. You said this whole CRT thing, all the school push that you see, that's from those are Gen Xers. I mean, that's the age range that you're seeing this. Parents in their like 40s and 50s. You know, maybe some older millennials, but that's what, like 2 or 3 years worth of millennials at most.
Gotcha. Yeah. No, I totally agree. And then I just want to say thank you for taking my call. I'm not going to hold you guys up. Lance, I love your stuff. Matt, I love your stuff. I watch you guys all the time. I watch Majority Report all the time. And yeah, so thanks again for taking my call. And you guys just keep up what you're doing, because you guys are really opening up people's minds.
Oh, why, thank you. I really appreciate that. Have a great night.
That's all right. You guys take care.
Peace.
You too. Thank you.
Matt, before you take the next call, I got to bounce. I've been streaming for about 8 hours.
Sorry, buddy. You got to do another. You got to go 10. You got to go 10. 10 hours. Go for it. No, Lance, I really appreciated you putting this together. I thought it was well worth the time. I had a good time as well. Yeah, so I appreciate it.
Awesome time meeting with you. I think we make a really good duo. Can we do a high five? Because right now we're on Skype. We're on like side to side. If you do it,
wait.
There you go. Wait. No, other direction.
No, I'm the right there. For me, I'm going the right way. You are in my feed.
So I just high five this way. Okay, there you go.
Right. Come back a little bit. Right there. That works. Boom. Wait. All right, we did it.
Nice. Just as awkward as like a white handshake in real life. Where it's like...
yeah, yeah, man.
But sure. Yeah, no, that was it was a mix of things, but I had a blast, and I thought you were really strong in a handful of different areas. And regardless of, I think a lot of people are like, oh, they were just really bad faith. I think there's a lot of productivity to be had in basically trying to disseminate and find out why the other side thinks a lot of the ways they do. So I thought it was really productive.
I agree. And the next one, you said to me in DM that the next one you planned is for us against Steve Bannon and Marjorie Taylor Greene. Is that correct? About two. Hell, I would fucking do that one for sure. Let me tell you.
Sign me up, please. I won't be nice. I won't be good faith in that one. I will be going for the kill.
Yeah.
I'm not going to try and change any minds.
Right.
But yeah, no, always a pleasure, Matt.
All right, man. Yep. Take care. Have a good night. Peace. All right, folks, I'm going to do a few more calls. I'm not saying... that was loud in my ears right there. You guys don't hear the same sound as I do. This messed up setup I have here. Let me take this call, and let's do this right now. Hey, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Matt, it's me, Rem, from Baltimore.
Hey, Rem, what would you like to talk about?
Not much, I guess. I just wanted to say, thank you for all that you're doing.
Thank you.
Debating. That's always fun.
Yeah, I mean, I hate that word, because I mean, I know that's the word that gets the clicks on YouTube and everything, but like, I'm not debating means that you want to, like, I guess come away as a winner in terms of like the discussion with the person. And I mean, I don't care about that. The point is to reach out to people who are reachable in that other, person's audience. You know what I mean?
Oh, for sure. I figured that was your goal, and I just chimed in to the show when Grimm called, and I knew that was his voice, and I can relate to what he means and what his grievances are with debating bad faith people. Sure, like you said, I may go into this debate or argument that it may be bad faith. So what? I get to talk to their audience, and you see that as a win.
Right. I mean, I don't think there is like a right or like. I think Grimm is right too. That's his opinion, and that's totally fine. I'm like, If he doesn't want to view, if he doesn't want to watch these, that's totally understandable. If he, if he was a YouTuber and didn't want to do these, that's totally understandable. And I do take the criticism to heart, and obviously I do, really think these out when I'm asked to do these. Like let's put it this way, I've had people who were straight up like fucking like had like anti-Semitic show names, like straight up like they were like fucking straight off of 4chan fascists. And I was like, you could call into the show, but I'm not going on your show that's called like the Daily, whatever the word is. I'm not gonna say it. Oh, that's not happening, buddy.
So you have a line. That's good.
Yes. I mean,
you have some boundaries.
And I would say that line would be like, if a show was to use any sort of slur openly for any group of people, I'd be like, listen, my stance on my phone lines are open, but I'm not going to go on your show that is the Daily or whatever. It's not happening. That's the line. Pretty simple line.
I just I did like most callers have mentioned, and most people in chat, we were all very annoyed by these people. I never heard of them. Like I said, I just chimed into your guys' show, and then I had to turn it off for a bit because I got a little frustrated. They're getting me a little heated. The biggest part was they kept equating, being trans and conservative is the same thing, but it's just, you're not born with beliefs. Those are taught to you. Like, I just wish they would know that. I wish someone would have tell them that. Like, do they know the difference? I mean, I didn't get that far into the show after that long trans talk.
Yeah, I really, I know I've said this 100 times now, but I think the whole discussion would have been better, and I think more people would have been more attuned to it if that whole section just wasn't part of it. It added nothing. Whereas at least the other things, we got into the mind of what, at the very least got into the mind of their position on it and how they think about these certain things. But I mean, the trans issue as a debate topic is just, it's pointless. And I'm going to make you live and you learn. And I'm going to make a obvious, if it comes up in one of these discussions again, it's going to be quick because it's clear that it's pointless discussion to have.
Especially when it's with these types of men. Like, it just felt very weird that they were dissecting and discussing our lives and our identities with such contempt sometimes. Like, I could sense it in their tone. I can sense it.
I will say one thing was very interesting that is part of it, that I'm replaying it in my head. And this is something that, on Tim Pool's show, they did not, say they would do. And that is one of them. I don't remember which one. I don't remember if it was Adam or Sitch, the other guy.
Seamus?
No, I'm talking about the two guys tonight.
Oh, okay.
One of them did say that they would respect someone's preferred pronouns because they would be an asshole if they didn't, which I thought was interesting. I did think that was interesting. I heard that. To have those strong words, but still, that it is just the most base level respect to just not be a dick that way. Like, I mean, at the very least, just if that bothers you so much, you could do to respect them, just go away. Don't address them. That's the simplest, like, just simple as that. There's no need to say anything mean or nasty or derogatory to someone who you can't view, which, again, I was very happy to hear that he would respect someone that way. But like, that's the thing too on Tim's show. That's what I said. Like, if you have such a problem with addressing a trans person as how they identify, then just like be gone, go away. Like, just don't address them.
I would appreciate it. I mean, I don't get harassed.
How would you feel?
How
would you feel? You prefer that, right? Just get the fuck out of my face if you don't respect me in that very just general human, like, respect for my humanity. I don't care if you don't agree with it. I don't care how you just give me that. It's like how he tried to do the thing with, like, Tim was like, "What if I called you Florbo?" And I think I was like, I don't give a fuck.
Oh my god.
I was like, I don't give a fuck because I don't identify. Like, calling me Florbo isn't the opposite of what I identify as. I don't give a shit.
What's a floorboat, Tim?
Yeah, like I
Is
don't
that
give,
a
I don't
new
give a
race?
fuck.
Is that a new gender? That's the fourth gender by Tim Pool.
That that was another interesting thing tonight too, about how they brought up how people call the issue was how people call me or Lance groomer. I don't give a fuck. These words mean nothing to me when they're thrown at me.
It's just a new derogatory term for leftists or obviously queer teachers. But
see, here's the thing. Like to me, the term means nothing when it's thrown at me. I don't give a shit.
Sure.
It doesn't. I mean, personally, I guess over the years I have become very desensitized and hardened to this shit. Like literally, all the comments, the YouTube comments, the Twitter replies, I literally doesn't even face. I don't even. Because also part of it too is this is a good word of advice for anyone. The most scathing thing you could do to these people when they come at you is to literally. I know it's hard sometimes. Even I fall into it sometimes and want to go at it with them because it's fun. But the thing that bothers them the most is that you just ignore it. Nothing bothers them more than them sending you something and they sit there stewing over the fact that did he see it? Did he not see it? Is he gonna reply? Do I gotta send it again? I'll send it again. Just ignore it. Nothing bothers them more. But then on top of that, also, the words mean nothing to me. So when I talk about that shit, I mean when it's thrown at someone where it does mean something. And I don't mean personally. I mean the word groomer being thrown at an LGBTQ plus person means a lot more and has a much different meaning than the word groomer being thrown at me.
For sure. Yeah, and then speaking of Tim Pool, I greatly appreciate you going on the show. I got a little nervous for you that I felt you're going to get ganged up on. I felt like you had like a ton of people with all these computers ready, ready and waiting, like
right,
it's like ready for the sound bites. Cool.
I mean, I don't, I didn't mind it. I think the way it was set up, I think, he looked good at certain points. I looked good at certain points. I think that's fine. That's how it is. I did not know this, that Vosh, apparently, according to people who reached out to me who are fans of Vosh, and whatever you think of Vosh doesn't matter to me. That has nothing to do with this discussion. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the whole audience in general right now.
For sure.
But apparently, when Vosh went on the show the first time, not his debate with Charlie Kirk, when he went on in 2020 specifically to talk to Tim Pool, he was also not told he could bring a laptop and had no idea he could bring one. And he sat there without being able to check anything. Like I was unable to. I mean, I tried to on my phone. It's not very easy on your phone. I can tell you that based on how I screwed up with that reading of that researcher's blog post. I don't think I'm not going to speculate it's purposeful, but clearly there is some sort of cross talk here where somehow his other guests are, maybe they just watched the show and know to bring one, and me and Vosh did not watch the show regularly and realized we could bring one. But I think that they should probably tell all their guests that, hey, if you want to bring a laptop, you should know that you could, and most of our guests do. That would probably be what I recommend going forward. If they were to ask me if there's any...
just bring it and say, oh, I'll put it away if they really are offended by that. But.
Right. I mean, I didn't bring my laptop because, I was going to be there for literally, I thank them for getting me the ride there. Like they paid for the train ticket and everything and the hotel stay. But literally got there at like 5:00. I grabbed a quick bite to eat, was immediately picked up to go to the studio, sat there for a little bit, talked with them. They were very nice, which is, base level, we should be, I guess, if you're going to have people on your show. And so but I appreciate it. I felt like I was nice to them too.
You were.
And, I mean, like off air, like, I think it's, I mean, I'm in the guy's home, you know what I mean? So I think it's just basic, like, respect. of not
For
like
sure.
fucking up some guy's home. You know what I mean?
But you didn't play with the remote control cars? I mean, I've seen Lance show Tim's compound, like he's got his own little reality show.
I saw the skate park. It's fucking huge. I could not believe it. I was like, oh my God. And it's also like you would think it was like outdoors in its own like shed or like maybe in like a garage or something. No, it's like under like it's in the basement. It's that big.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
It's
He had
crazy.
like a BMX guy come by and do some tricks, and it's just awkward to watch. If anyone hasn't seen Tim Pool's compound videos, you should just head over to Lance's channel and watch those. It's pretty funny.
Right.
Very, very awkward. It's like he just has all of his employees there.
Right. I mean,
be my friends.
Yeah. So I got there, I did the thing, and then literally by the time I left his, after we went off the air, after going for 3.5 hours, he continued with me off air, and I was like, this is kind of pointless. We're not even recording this. Like, this is sort of like I was like a little bit like I was like wondering if he was even gonna like not want me back, and I maybe he won't after that. I have no idea, but the mood in the room changed after we went off air. Let's put it that way. So I don't know what happened.
That's interesting.
Yes,
that's interesting. I think you got under his skin. I think you got under his skin a little bit because you weren't the kind of pushover or like Tim likes to say. Well, we just both agree. We just both agree. I mean, it's like, no, but can we move on? That's what you did a few times. It's like he just wants you to agree with him. Like, we'll just agree to disagree. Like, let's not. Let's actually go further. But apparently you want to go in circles like he always does. I remember the very first 5-10 minutes when the show started, because I didn't get to watch it. I don't know if you had it. I don't know if it was live, but I got to it the next day.
Oh, it was live.
And I was
right,
like,
yeah.
oh God. So I got to it the next day. I woke up and I looked at it. I was like, oh yeah, I forgot about that. And the first 10 minutes, of course, they got right into the whole trans stuff like right away. But I felt like you upset him really fast. He turned beet red as soon as you disagreed with him. I think it was like you called out Project Veritas and said they're not credible.
Right.
And
they're not. I mean, it's that's like baseline. Again, that's like pretty baseline. Again, if you're a conservative, you don't think that. You think they do good work. I mean, here's the thing. Like, I was 100% willing to retract any specifics that I said that weren't accurate. But that was in terms of the court case between the woman from Acorn who got fired, which I don't offhand remember every single fact of the case. Like, I think what's his face? I think James O'Keefe even texted him at the end of the episode to like correct me about what the case was actually about or whatever. And I was like, fine. I mean, you would know the specifics of the case better than me. You were the one being sued. So whatever you said, fine. But that did not change the fact of the matter that his falsehoods in his report ended up getting a woman. She lost her job and she sued him over it. The fact that he settled sure, he wasn't found guilty in a court of law, but he admitted that he owed her money because he fucked up in some aspect of his reporting. I mean, pretty simple cut case there.
Well, that's what he does. And ironically enough, I saw just clips that I didn't want to watch too much. I think I was watching Lance cover. He had Tim had James O'Keefe and Andy Ngo at the same time. Those are his two favorite sources for everything. Especially Andy Ngo and the post millennial. It's just weird how he gets all of his information from right wing sources, and yet he's liberal, centrist.
Yeah, it gets to a point where it's like, come on. Like, why are we lying? Just why are all of you playing along with this? And again, you as the general, his audience or people who defend, like, it's like, come on. Just like, again, if he wants to have a right wing show, that's fine. I don't care. There's 100 right wing shows out there. I don't care. What bothers me is that the audience There's a section of his audience, and again, I could attest to it. I don't know if anyone else ever received this feedback. And judging by how big he's gotten, I don't think a lot of people in his audience are even aware of his discussion with Vosh. I had a ton of people reach out to me saying I've never heard someone with a different perspective on Tim's show before, which means they probably started watching after Vosh. I mean, after Vosh went on there in 2020. I mean, it's that's what bothers me, and that's why I focus on that and him specifically. From what I saw and my experience after going on there, there's no other show in the political sphere on YouTube that has an audience that that's a right-wing show that has an audience as big of that's that big that isn't right on the right. And again, that big could just be 5%, 10% of his audience. It's still more than the people watching Crowder or the people watching Shapiro or the people watching one of the other Daily Wire, Matt Walsh or whoever the fuck.
Yeah. I think it's a lot of people who are scared to find a political position to be in, especially Tim himself.
Yeah, right.
I think he's scared.
I think he knows. I think he knows. I mean, I do agree he wasn't always. I do probably agree. I think his politics were more of like, a libertarian leaning leftist, which is fine. And I think he changed obviously over the years. But the trajectory here is always the most bizarre. It's the wokeism turned me away. Race issues, gender issues. It's like, even if you don't like that shit, just fucking ignore it. Who cares? It's not affecting you in any fucking way, shape, or form. It really isn't. I'm sorry. In the term of like you not like, it is affecting you for the worst, honestly. Like if you don't realize how like racism and sexism and homophobia affects even straight white men. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. And I mean negatively affects straight white men. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, but even if you don't want to even agree to that, you just don't want to deal with it at all, then you know what? As a straight white guy, it should be actually pretty easy for you to just outright ignore it. Just fucking ignore it. If you actually care about the policy stuff and these social issues bother you so much, then fucking ignore it when it comes to politics. Get angry on YouTube, whine about that shit on Twitter, but why are you fucking voting for people who then believe in the opposite of you when it comes to policy? It makes zero sense. I'm sorry. And I know it came up on the discussion with the two guys before, and I'm thinking about it now. I should have said this. Who fucking cares about the morality and where your morals are? I don't fucking vote on that. I vote on strategically what's going to better people's lives. I mean, literally, that's how I look at it. That's the moral decision for me. I don't care if I'm voting for an atheist, a Christian. I don't care if there was a guy out there who fucking everything he does is based on like reading the Bible or some shit. If his takeaway is people need universal health care, people's bodies belong to them, it's their choice to do things, I don't care what their beliefs are. If they end up voting or advocating for or writing legislation that betters the lives of the vast majority of people.
That's just thinking strategically, Matt, and that's not how most people like to think of things. So I just feel like people like Tim Pool just likes to revel in the culture wars, and that's the right wing's favorite thing. They're not disaffected by anything per se, but they're feeling. I guess they're feeling left out. They're not able to get away with saying anything they want. Like that guy, that comedian, Ricky Gervais. He's been really irritating me. I never really thought he would be so brazenly transphobic, and he was several years ago. But he's always been like this. Homophobic, transphobic, but it's just annoying that he goes on stage and I'm all for trans rights. Just lose the cocks, ladies. Like, really? He really thinks that's funny? Like, he thinks he's being clever. He thinks like, oh, well, I accept you. No, but it's just I just don't feel it.
Right. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's just lazy. When it comes to these guys, it's laziness. I mean, that's the thing. Like Ricky Gervais, okay, whatever. But like. He's lost it, in my opinion, a long time ago. Just take away even all the social justice or whatever woke. I don't just. I thought he. Excuse me. I found his shtick waning. Oh, I'm losing my voice now. His shtick waning a couple of years ago, honestly, a number of years ago. But like Dave Chappelle, you know, he was still funny. I don't know why he's like decided that like he doesn't need it. He's actually talented. I mean, it's just laziness. It's just laziness.
Yeah, I was a fan, but then I tried to give him the benefit of the doubt, but then I realized he was a liar. He lied about Daphne Dorman. I did some research and I listened to some people reading some stuff and reading about
I think
roommate.
have you read what Michael Hobbs on it? He looked into my AirPods are dying. I'm like going back and forth between the two of them as I charge one at a time. No, but Michael Hobbs on his newsletter, he looked into this. Is that who you read, by the way? Like he went ahead and like actually researched all the replies to that trans woman.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I know what you're talking about when Dave Chappelle said like she was harassed for being a trans person who supported him.
She was dragged on Twitter.
Yes, his exact words, and she committed suicide shortly after. I don't remember if he said directly because of it or like, you know, it was just one of the things that like weighed on her.
He was alluding that it was like, I don't know, but it didn't help. He was just saying that our community
Michael Hobbs looked into it. There's nothing. There's literally nothing on Twitter from that time period. There's nothing there.
The damage is done. I just wish you would, if he wants to have a conversation with us like he constantly wants to have, then own up to the fact that you used Daphne Dorman as a fucking token. Just own up to it, Dave, and just shut the fuck up. Stop trying to drag us into your insecurities or your whininess. Like, oh no, the trans people are after me, so I have to have a bunch of bodyguards. It's ridiculous. I just want him to go away.
Right. No, I agree.
You can hate us all you want. Hate us all you want. Just go away.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing too. Like, there's ways to do. Like, you could be as edgy as a comedian as you want.
Yeah.
Like you could even fucking say whatever. The point is though, like, what is the punchline? What is the purpose? If the purpose is to attack trans people or attack any marginalized group in general, I mean why? Like,
what happened to all these dick jokes?
If the whole point is to say edgy words, like even like, you know, I mean, it depends, I guess, on where you go with it. But like, if you want to use slurs, even who are you using the slurs against? Who are you attacking? Mm-hmm. What is the purpose of it? If you could pull it off, if you think of a joke where you want to use whatever word you want to use, and the punchline at the end of the joke is directed at the right people, then fuck it, go for it. I'll probably laugh. I'll think it's hilarious.
Yeah, but they don't want to do that. They want to punch down. It makes them feel better. I don't know.
It's hard. It's easy to just use a slur and attack the person who the slur is historically knocking. I mean, it's not even their jokes. They're just saying things that like fucking when Ricky Gervais's thing, like that's there's nothing original there. Even I hear that shit. You hear that shit like on the fucking street. You know, I'm sure a trans woman could walk by a bunch of like fucking meatheads on the street of any town USA and hear that same shit. It's not a joke. There's nothing funny. There's nothing original. There's nothing witty. There's nothing creative. Yeah.
They have just one joke. But I don't know how much time you have left, but I thought I had something last to say about all that stuff. It's just I've just been seeing it so much, and I had to ignore it a lot. I had to kind of take a break from watching the surfs a bit because it's been a lot of anti-trans stuff, and I just get furious because I know where that conversation is going to go. I know what they're going to say. And Lance has to say the same thing over and over again and defend us, and it's just
when we went there in this conversation, I was not happy. I was not thrilled. I got deja vu.
I figured you were. I felt
stuff.
you were a bit quiet.
Yes, because I was like, let's just be done with it. I was like, it's just there's nothing there. I mean, what is the debate here? What is the disagreement? I mean, it comes down to what I said on Tim Pool's show. You were denying that trans people exist. You could word it however you fucking want. I don't care. Like literally, that's what
Tim
they're saying.
took that literal though.
Yeah,
He took that literal. Like you don't see them. Like are they invisible?
Right. And he said it later on in like a recent episode too. He was like, I had a progressive on the show, and he was saying like, I don't see Blair White or whatever the fuck her name is, or like or like when Ben Shapiro refuses to use her pronoun, her preferred pronouns. It's like yeah, Ben Shapiro sees a human being in front of him. He sees, or maybe he sees someone subhuman, I don't know. But he sees a person in front of him. What I'm saying is he does not see that person as trans, which means he is denying, and he doesn't see any trans people as trans, meaning he's denying that trans people exist. I mean, there's no other way to put it. I mean, you would say this for anything. You would say this for anybody. If you were to say that, like, you refuse to acknowledge that someone could be gay, then you were saying gay people don't exist. If you refuse to acknowledge that someone was black or Latino, you would say that race did not exist. If you refused all people to acknowledge that they are what they are, I mean, I don't know how else to put it. Like that's what it is.
No, for sure. I guess at the end of the day, they just want to police our bodies. Those guys on that debate admitted it because they're like, well, we gotta allow certain people to transition. You're not allowed because this and this and this, these things, all that trans medicalism nonsense. It's just, you're just trying to police bodies. That's fascism to me. I mean, it's not just about corporations owning things, and fascism can just be about controlling people's bodies. I just don't. It just won't end.
Right. All right. Well, I appreciate the call, Rem. Always a pleasure to talk.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Great show, Matt.
Thanks.
Appreciate it.
Have a great night.
Take it easy. You too.
All right, folks. I think that's it. Maybe I'll take one more very short call. But patreon.com/Matt Binder to support this show and everything I do. Scam Economy on Thursday. I'm gonna air the live show I did last week. I thought I'd be able. Oh, let me take this. This is the guy I hung up on before by accident. Let me take this call. Hey, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Matt. It's Josh from California. How you doing tonight?
Hey, Josh. I'm doing good. Sorry to take your call and have to hang up on you before. That's why I took the
personally. Don't worry.
That's why I specifically took your call now, and I also hate to have to do this, but I'm starting to feel myself. I'm draining a little. I'm feeling drained a little bit.
Quick.
All right, go ahead, my friend.
So. One thing I would have loved to see you do is, I know you talked about when they brought up that Chris Rufo bullshit. I know you had done an episode on like the former Republican Party operatives that were all behind that garbage.
Right.
Like the school board stuff. It would have, so I mean, I know you have sort of all of that information. It would have been nice to sort of see their audience be exposed to that a little bit, that it's not in any way none of this is in any way organic. It's not concerned.
You know what? I don't think they would care, honestly.
That's probably true.
Yeah.
Also, I just wanted to point out, I think this Not My Idea is the book they were talking about.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. So let's just stipulate that it is in 31 school districts. I don't, again, that's sourced by Rufo from nowhere, so I don't know that I believe it, because he's dishonest.
Right.
But
openly, like
let's say
he's admitted. We should be clear. We're not calling him. He literally has on his Twitter account tweet threads that actually let you into his strategy word for word. So we're not.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I want to be absolutely clear to people who tune in.
But let's stipulate that it's true. There's over 13,000 school districts in the United States. If it's in 31, it's less than 0.2% of all school districts that they found it in. Who gives a fuck? You could probably find Mein Kampf in as many school districts in the U.S. Does that mean that all of the school districts in the United States are explicitly teaching Nazism as a good thing? Because it's not even having the book in your library doesn't actually mean that you endorse it. It just means, hey, this exists.
Right.
Like, and if you want to look at it, go nuts.
Yeah.
If not,
right. Also, like if your example is a book that's in 31 school districts, that's influencing how you vote, what you support. Like that's, I mean, it's so weird. Like it's so I can't I don't like I think single issue voters are kind of bizarre. Can you imagine if your single issue is some random non-policy social justice hotbed issue? Like I couldn't Jesus Christ, it's like a fucking amazing.
It's not like Bernie was running on this stuff. Like, oh, you can, I'm sorry, but we can't have a national healthcare system because 31 school districts are teaching something that I don't approve of that might affect like 1,000 people in Mississippi. Like, are you kidding me? No, 87,000 people a year are gonna have to die from preventable medical conditions, treatable medical conditions, because they don't have access to healthcare. Because I feel icky about something. Like, go fuck yourself.
Right.
Sorry. Like that kind of moralizing is just. I mean, it's twisting your thought processes to meet the conclusion that you've already come to, which is I'm gonna vote Republican, and I'm just gonna figure out a way to justify it to myself, however I need to do it. Right. That's usually single issue voters to me. I mean, and again, like the way they were discussing guns, like they don't know any.
But that's the thing too, though. Like he said I forget who, but one of them said how like the gun issue was what made them was their right wing position, but then they also said that they are for some restrictions on that. I mean, that's not the right wing position actually.
The centrist position.
Yeah, or even like I don't know, like red state dem position or something like that. I don't know how to define it. It's actually really. I mean, even I think at this point that the idea that we could just ban guns doesn't seem practical. As much as I personally, I mean, but again, what I personally think, also I am able to separate from what I think politically what's politically viable. I think I think we should have restrictions, and I think we would save a lot of lives. I mean, just look at there was a great infograph going around that shows just how many shootings, the uptick in shootings directly after that. I think it was 2004, 2005, the assault weapons ban expired during the Bush administration. Huge uptick. Huge uptick.
Yeah, I've seen it. Even if I'm a data analyst, and I have problems with that infographic.
Okay.
Because I'm something else now, but essentially that basically there was a reclassification of what mass shootings were, down to like more than 3 people were victims. So it is true, but it's also comparing apples and oranges, and it is something
we should go back and reclassify the ones that happened before it, so we get a better picture.
Oh yeah. Yeah. No, I agree with you.
Because I think we would find it still remains pretty close to the same. My pure speculation, nothing to base it off of. But the idea that the assault weapons ban expiring wouldn't have some effect seems nil.
Well, and also, I mean, if these cops are also scared for their lives, they should be at the forefront of wanting to ban these things.
I will say, cops were at least like the police chiefs or the head of departments. They usually do actually advocate for.
But I mean the union. Because
the unions probably don't. Right.
Yeah, they should be, because if they're so afraid of, going in and engaging these guys, one of the easiest things to do to ensure that your body armor is effective is to lower the muzzle velocity of the weapon that's shooting at you. So pistols don't generate a whole lot of, it's much harder for a pistol round in part because it's usually a smaller round, but also because it's a slower round to penetrate like level 4 body armor. So, when we went on patrol in, Iraq, you don't want to get shot with an AK. That's like, because it's a giant fucking round and it's coming out really fast, and it's gonna shatter your body armor hopefully that's all it does. But if it penetrates, it's gonna go through you, it's gonna spall. Like, lower velocity rounds being available to the public mean that police officers are less threatened by mass shooters, which means they should feel safer in engaging these guys. So, if you want people to have the right to bear arms, limit it to, not long guns or something, because that will make them physically safer. So, it's absurd that the discussion about all of this is so disingenuous and so ridiculous, and it's all just to justify their cowardice. Like, I can't tell you how many times I walked into a situation and, because I was a liaison between local governments and the Army, and, I had a gun pointed at me so many times I can't even count. And you just sit there and you talk calmly, and they know the threat is there. They shoot you. There's a whole bunch of dudes with guns that are just going to come in and kill them. And it's like, so you are either able to do the job or you're not.
Yeah.
And if you're not, then you shouldn't be a cop. But Bo, the fifth column, was talking about part of the warrior mentality is being able, it's accepting death, and it's accepting your own death, not you inflicting death on other people. That's just like that's a killer, and that's a psychopath. And it's not the same thing.
Right.
I don't know.
No, I totally hear what you're saying. Absolutely. I mean, it is a travesty what happened every single facet of it is a travesty. And then you just add what clearly is the most egregious thing in my estimation. Like, obviously, we don't expect better or expect something or anything out of someone who is going on a deranged murdering spree. They need to be stopped, obviously, but we don't have any expectation from them. Same for the victims. There shouldn't be any expectation. Like, they're in a scenario that they're not trained to take care. I mean, I'm not even talking about the 4th grade children who, if anyone thinks they should be, just completely innocent, but we should have zero expectation, honestly, of the teachers to know what to do in that scenario. Like, it doesn't matter how many drills you put them through. They didn't sign up. That's not their mentality. They do those drills so they have a baseline level of what to do, but they're not signed up. We hire educators, not people who are good at teaching children and working with children and connecting with children. We don't hire people who know what to do in the off chance that there is that once in a lifetime scenario where there's going to be an active shooter in their school. Nor should we. We shouldn't. The people we expect to do their job in this scenario are the cops. And in this scenario, they did nothing. Nothing.
Yeah, of course. But also then, that they want to arm the groomers.
Oh, right. And in fact, they did. That's a great point. But going back one more time, they actually did worse than nothing. They actively stopped people from doing something. Yeah. And not just the parents. There have been stories now where there were some specialists, like the border guys who, and I'm not saying this to pump up the border guys, but apparently they were there early on. Like, they got there 20 minutes after or 15 minutes after, something like that. And they were ready to engage. And the local police chief of the Uvalde or whatever, who was obviously in charge of the active situation, told them they could not. And then finally they were told they could, and that's the same group of people who went in and actually killed the shooter. I don't know if people know this too. It wasn't the Uvalde police department that stopped the shooter. It was Like the border patrol I don't know why they're there. I mean, I guess in Texas they do more than just patrol the border because of
they have authority to act within 150 miles of any U.S. border, apparently, which is a really horrifying part of that has survived the Patriot Act.
Right.
Like, I don't.
Right, but in this scenario, the once in a lifetime chance where they actually were going to be able to do something positive in that instance, and they were prevented from doing it. Like I feel comfortable saying that we now know that there's at least one child who, based on those reports, that was asked by police if anyone was there before the shooter was taken out, and the child listened to the cop, told their position, and the shooter found them and shot them. We know, based on that one report, that there is at least one person who died for sure, based on the absolute inability of the officials there to proceed with the level they needed to proceed with.
Yeah, no, I mean, and again, you're taught to seek out and engage the shooter so that at least they're shooting at you and not anybody else. Like, that's the training, and none of them did any of it. And so that's, it's pathetic. It
is really amazing to really think about how they did not go in with kids there. Like, I can't imagine it. Like, I know it's easy to say, like, sitting here, but like I'm not someone who usually pretends I'm brave or some shit. Like, if there was like an active shooter situation, I'm there with my kids, I'm escaping, but if there's like someone in the fucking going into a school, like I find it hard to imagine that you wouldn't at the very least go to the other side of the school and break a window and start evacuating as many people. Like, even if you can't engage with the shooter, do something to get people away safely. And they didn't even do that. It was so bizarre to hear.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what's so nonsensical about the one point of entry and exit. That's just creating a kill box for a mass shooter. Like, oh, I'm gonna stand in the doorway and build a fucking explosive device, and everybody dies. Like, that's the dumbest solution. Like, these people are idiots, and it's just really like the Ted Cruzes of the world and stuff. They have no idea what they're talking about, and they just should shut the fuck up. Like, it's so hard to listen to people talk about all of this stuff, and it's just I don't know. You wanted a quick call, so I will.
Don't worry, this is on me. It happens quite regularly. I say, hey, it's gonna be a quick call. 30 minutes later, all of a sudden, my caller becomes a guest. Thanks for the call, though. I really appreciate it.
No problem, man. Have a good evening.
You too. All right, folks. Patreon.com/MattBinder to support the show. If you can, YouTube.com/MattBinder. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. Twitch.tv/MattBinder. Follow the Twitch channel. And if you are subscribed to Amazon Prime and are not using your Twitch Prime subscription, that's right, you get a free Twitch Prime subscription if you have Amazon Prime. I mean, if you're paying for Amazon Prime and you're not using it, you're basically letting Amazon keep more money than they should, when you could be taking a small percentage, but a percentage nonetheless, of what you pay Amazon for your Prime subscription and force them to give it to one of your favorite Twitch creators. Just connect your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, and you can give a free Twitch Prime subscription to your favorite creator every month. Remember to do it every month, because once it expires, you have to manually renew. They don't let you do it. I know there's a bunch of people who... let me quickly thank the patrons and the people who subscribed. Let's do this. When was the last show? It was... Oh, it's officially June 1st now. Jeez. Thank you to Michael P, Nick W, Jeannie L, Dylan D, and David M for becoming patrons. Really cannot do this show without you. Patrons make this show possible. It allows me to grow the show. We're a little bit behind where I'd like to be, but we are where we are at all thanks to the patrons. So I mean, I wouldn't be anywhere. So if you're listening and want to get me to where I want to go, and you're not a patron, you should become a patron if you can afford to do so. And then let me thank the Twitch. Oh wait, there were some super chats too. Let me Umbra711 with a super chat. Stitch and Adam are Wish versions of Tim Pool. Seriously trying to claim Trigger isn't right wing. End this. The debate has gone on too long. I appreciate it, Umbra. Ezekiel Mordecai, the $10 super chat. Thanks, Matt. Appreciate your patience. Santa Cliff with a super chat. You have the patience of a Jedi. Thank you, young Padawan. Renee with a few super chats. Not very laissez-faire, but Morbius isn't deontological, and Noel Fielding runs circles around Gervais nowadays. Thank you guys for the super chats. Really appreciate it. Great way to give a one-off donation to the show. Let me get to the Twitch. Let's see, we got. Oh, and thanks to Lens from the Search for the raid. Nuglanger with a resubscription to Prime 7 months in a row. Wow, thank you, Nug Wrangler. Spocko with a resubscription to Prime 2 months in a row. Just a reminder, relink your Amazon Prime with Twitch for a subscription for Matt. You have to do it every month, says Spocko. That's right. Thank you so much, Spocko. Zachamania with a resubscription via Prime. Subscribe for 5 months. 5 months subber bros and broinas, says Zachamania. Katie O'Joy, subscribe with Prime. Thank you, Katie. Chown with a Prime subscription. Thank you, buddy. Broccoletti with a Prime subscription. Thank you. Repack with a Prime subscription. Thank you so much. Bullerias with a 128 with a Prime subscription. Thank you. Ponderosaphine with a Prime subscription. 5 months in a row. 5 months gang. Rise up. Thank you, Ponderosaphine. I think that's everybody. I think I got these people last time around. Let me say them just in case. Serious Business with a resubscription. 7 months in a row. Process Psych 7 with a resubscription. 5 months in a row. Yep, that's everybody for sure. Thank you all so much. Really appreciate it. Who should I raid on Twitch? Who should I raid on Twitch? I don't want to. I got 144 beautiful viewers thanks to Surfs. Don't want to waste. Want to spread the love to another. Give me a great leftist streamer who's also underappreciated. Zoe, did I not shout you out? Zoe, my wonderful mod who does the work that no one else is willing to do. Moderating these chats. Thank you so much, Zoe. I've rated Amy EC3 many times. She's great. I want to spread the love to someone new. Get someone who doesn't usually get as many followers. I have not rated Connor or Conyor CC. Let me I see 2 people. Poly People has 34 people. I've not done Conyor though. I'll do Conyor because I see multiple people recommending that, and I'll do Poly People another time for sure. Let's do it right now. Love to spread to some new streamers here. Let's start this raid. All right, folks. Thank you so much for tuning in for this. I enjoyed it. I hope you did too. If not, I don't usually do these. Scam Economy, great episode with Michael Hayden on Thursday, which will sort of be a little bit of a doomed episode. Maybe I should drop it on both feeds, actually, for the podcast. Really appreciate the support. Follow me on Twitter at Matt Binder. I said the YouTube to Twitch. Scameconomy.com, doomedcast.com. That's where the podcast version of both these shows are. Leave Apple Podcast and Spotify reviews for both shows. Search Doomed, search Scam Economy. Leave reviews on there if you haven't already. Helps people find these shows, really. It really does. And with that, I will see you all next time on Doomed.